appreciate you. Thank you all for being here today. Welcome to Advocacy Day 2020. And again, thank you to all of our partners who are with us on this journey. So good to see so many amazing and beautiful faces once again. Thank you for all for standing in solidarity and equity and equality with us in this work to dismantle all the injustice practices that we face and our family members face every day as we navigate reentry and reintegrating in society with dignity and with dignity and with integrity, right? So this is what this is all about, changing things that we know that's not beneficial for our communities, for the people that we serve and love. So we're excited to be here with you all. And we got a great host of speakers and panelists who will be there to, so we're gonna tap in. So that's one thing, y'all been with me long enough. I'm one of the original founding members of Civil Survival. So you know I like to hear back, I like feedback, I like engagement, I like to hear it all. So with that being said, at this time, I'm gonna hand it over to our amazing friend Carolyn, and Carolyn's gonna do our land acknowledgement, and that's with Jermaine as well.
Thank you so much. And again, welcome everybody. Just so impressed with the number of people that are coming on, and just thank you all so much. So I'd just like to acknowledge that we occupy the ancestral lands of the Coast Salish people, which in particular include the Suquamish and Port Gamble tribes, who've lived in harmony with this land and waterways along Washington's Central Salish Sea as long as they have for thousands and thousands of years. We honor with gratitude the land itself and the tribes. We see you, respect your right to sovereignty and self-determination, and we're committed to being better listeners, learners from Indigenous voices and respect for the land. Thank you. And so.
Thank you, Carolyn. And in addition to the amazing land acknowledgement that Carolyn just gave, I want to say that the statement was comprised collectively by All of Us or None and Freedom Project East. So I want to start by saying the overrepresentation of the Black and brown bodies in our juvenile detention centers, jails, federal and state carceral facilities is jarring. We want to acknowledge that the Black experience is everything except monolithic. I or one individual does not speak for all. We want to acknowledge the atrocities committed against Black-bodied people, stolen from their native land, brought to this country involuntarily. How these people and their descendants have yet to experience true equity on any systemic level. And also, I want to state that it is not enough to be anti-racist without an emphasis on anti-Blackness. Racial epithets and stereotypes hurled and projected onto Black-bodied folks often lands differently on us, Black-bodied folks, than it does on our non-Black counterparts. The trauma inflicted on Black souls is interwoven into the fabric of America. Dare I say it, is part of America's DNA. When this is acknowledged across all systems, on all levels, only then will we be able to broach the genesis of true racial equity. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'll just jump in. My name is Carolyn Hartness. I work for the Welcome Home Project, and I'm here because Janelle McFeet, our wonderful manager of the program, couldn't come in today. So I would just like to say that our Welcome Home program is a nationally recognized human dignity reentry model that focuses on restorative practices. It also involves pre to post release services, as well as the use of criminogenic risk and needs assessment, individualized service plans, something called the Wheel of Wellness, which I do with our participants. That's a goal setting exercise based on the medicine wheel. We have success coaches, and we do circle work. And most importantly, the genuine relationship building is what's really making our program work. So this model allows us to aid a participant in not returning to incarceration. And I know that when we began our tribal program 9 years ago, we had a huge success rate. I think it was in the 80 percentile. Yeah, 81%. That was from 2016 to 2018, which is, of course, using a restorative trauma informed care model. So our people have had, our case managers, our success coaches have had a lot of training and a lot of different modalities. Our human dignity reentry model uses restorative circles to heal relationships in the criminal justice system. And one of our reentry graduates stated that she believes that she healed because of this non-traditional relational approach for those who were coming out of incarceration with the help of her success coach. And we have Jason Gomez here today, who's one of our graduates. He's absolutely one of our absolute success stories, and I consider him a dear friend. And Jason is going to tell his story. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Carolyn. My name is Jason Gomez. I'm a substance use disorder professional for the Port Gamble-Slalom tribe. As Carolyn mentioned, I am a graduate of the Port Gamble-Slalom reentry program. It was before it was the Welcome Home Project. My life consisted of in and out of jails and institutions. From the age of 18 to the age of 35, I was booked in Kitsap County Jail 35 times. If you look at the numbers, that's about twice a year. And remember, I did some prison time in there, so some of those times were more than twice a year. You know, when I was going in and out there at the beginning and towards the end, there was nothing like the Welcome Home Project or the Reentry Project. So I would get out. Anybody that knows Kitsap County, back in the day, you'd walk down the hill and there's that little corner store, right? I'd go right there, and whatever money I had on my books, well, I'd start getting loaded right there. You know, I'd pick up some alcohol or whatever, and or whoever was picking me up, I made sure they had some dope on them, and you know, it was just a revolving door, that recidivism revolving door for me. And then back when reentry very first started on the reservation, I applied, I was accepted in, and then we had a discrepancy, and I'll just come out and say it. I was living with my mom at the time, who we had a no contact order. So Janelle said, we can't have that. You got to go, which was, I mean, very smart on her part. She had to protect the program. So a couple years later, after some more incarceration time, I got out, and I was accepted again. And this time I made it through. And the only reason I made it through is because of the approach that they did. It was like a family. Reentry was like a family. We had like Christmas parties where all the participants and the case managers and Janelle and Regina, they were all there, right? And you know, we did the white elephant type thing. And you know, for me, not having any family except for, you know, the trap house family, that was something new, and it worked. I've been clean and sober for over 8.5 years now. I've got 2 degrees. I've got an associate's in technical arts and then a direct transfer degree. I just applied yesterday for Western Washington University for their human services program. And I, this is the funny part, is I get to work with my case manager as a colleague today. My case manager was Reba Harris, and she is now my colleague. She sits right next to me every day at work. And you know, I get to thank her every day for walking me through that. This approach works. I've seen it with many people. And I would not be where I am today if it wasn't for this program and this type of model, for sure. I have the biggest thing I have back, and I'll end with this, is the day that I graduated the reentry program was the first day that both of my daughters sat, I'm going to get emotional, sat by me and were proud of me and cried with me when I graduated, because I went from this monster to this person that is a productive member of society today. I'm married today. I took over payments on 4 kids and I have a healthy, productive life. And it wouldn't, if it wasn't for Carolyn and Janelle and the whole team, I wouldn't be here. So thank you. I don't know who's next or where we're going from there. Corey.
So I
You're
just wanted-
good. Thank you so much for sharing, Jason, Jermaine. Just as Corey mentioned, Carolyn, thank you for sharing the land acknowledgement that we are recording. And if you can, if you know your district, just if you rename yourself, you can just add your name, your district to your name if you know that. And so at this time, we're gonna hear from Victor from Defy Ventures. Victor.
Hey, how's it going? I know a few faces on the call, but thankful to be able to share space with the rest of y'all. So I'm formerly incarcerated. I served over a decade in the Washington State prison system. The last sentence, I was 21 years old, looking at a 36-year prison sentence. I'm trying to put that into perspective. I wasn't going to be releasing until I was like 50-something years old. And it's when they threw those kind of numbers at me that really made it kind of sink in. This was my second time to prison. The first time I served a 2-year sentence, which some would call a slap on the wrist. And it is a lot different going in, knowing that you're facing that much time, because something has to change. The first time I was heavily involved with the gang politics and just getting into trouble. Oftentimes I actually finished off my sentence with 12 months in solitary confinement. And you can imagine what that looked like upon release. My dad came to pick me up from Monroe Correctional Complex, straight from the IMU. And he asked if I was going to give him a hug. It's been so long since I had any human interaction at that point that I forgot, what the norms were when addressing people. So even just simple things like opening a door, it felt like you were doing those things for the first time. So getting out of prison that first time was really hard on me, especially because of how things were with politics and stuff like that. I got out, got a job, saved up some money, but unfortunately my criminal background held me back in a lot of places when it came to employment, came to housing. Is really rough to even try to find somewhere to live. I literally tried to apply to like the ghettoest apartments that I could find in Renton and still couldn't get them because of my criminal background. But yeah, so going back to this last prison sentence, I was looking at 36 years. I got it dropped down to 10 years, which was a blessing. But I told myself, like, if I ever had another chance to get out to society, I'm going to make the best of it. But didn't know how I was going to do that. I still had those gang affiliations that made it really hard for me to kind of navigate that prison sentence successfully. Because I always had to, look out for the homies and just try to figure out like what was going on there. But I knew I wanted to do good. And for me, I see like a lot of people's successes came from education. So that's where I decided to focus my time on, try to get involved with as much classes as I can. I was fortunate to take many great programs while I was incarcerated. One of them being Unloop, where they taught me coding from the ground up. I didn't know what I wanted to do when I got out. And as soon as they gave me the opportunity to learn to code inside of prison, it was honestly a blessing because it gave me a career track and something to focus on. And that's what I do today. But during my last year, a great program came inside of the prison called Defy Ventures. And what they focus on is entrepreneurship skills. And, I've been hustling all my life, all for the wrong reasons though. And I seen a flyer inside the unit said, do you want to transform your hustle? I was like, well, I definitely know how to hustle, but I don't know how to do it the right way. It seems like I always do it ass backwards. So yeah, the community that they brought in, they'd usually bring anywhere from 50 to 75 volunteers at one time for these events. And I haven't seen any programs inside the prison that would bring, that amount of volunteers inside for a program. And it gave me a real sense of hope, a real sense of community. There's people in there that were coming in to volunteer that believed in me before I could believe in myself. And I really needed that because I had so many doubts, being a gang member, being, Hispanic, coming from a marginalized background. I didn't believe in myself. But then once I seen these people actually take their time out of their day to come travel up to Monroe, that's what really made the difference for me, having that sense of community, having people there willing to support you throughout the process. And the things that they teach you there are just awesome, entrepreneurship, emotional intelligence. They really help you focus on your reentry plan and how you're going to get your life together once you get out. I know that was something I needed before I got out. So upon release, they're actually there for my first day. And man, just looking at the difference between the first day I got out the last time and the first day I got out during my first incarceration, it was a major difference. I wasn't taking any programming. I got released, straight from IMU. Whereas this last time I had all of these communities. I had, Unloop, Freedom Project, Defy Ventures, F3. Like I had all these formerly incarcerated organizations that were willing to help me out. But that's what really made the difference, having those people there the first day willing to support you, like, hey, what do you need to get on your feet? We're here for you. When you have a community like that willing to back you up throughout your process, it's the possibilities are endless. You could climb to the mountain and you have people there willing to support you. So we were trying to figure out what we were going to do with the Defy Ventures program. COVID shut everything down pretty much in the prison. So it's really hard. People are still struggling to this day. I talk to all the guys often. But we were trying to figure out what we were going to do. So we decided to start a community version of what we implemented inside of the prison. And we got two cohorts going so far. We're out in Seattle. We actually have our first business pitch competition coming up this Saturday, which I'm super excited about. This is something that we talked about inside of the prison, and it almost seemed like a dream. We didn't know if it was ever going to become a reality, but we're out here trying to make it happen, trying to pave the way for the people that are coming behind us. I'm actually on the board of Defy Ventures and trying to continue to grow out the program. So if anybody knows of any connections or any ideas, any other people that would be willing to take the program, I'd recommend it to anybody. I took many prisons in prison and many programs in prison, and Defy Ventures is probably one of the top. So I'm gonna leave it with that. Feel free. I'm gonna leave my contact information in the chat as well for those that are interested to get at me. But with that, I'll pass it off back to Michelle.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you for sharing. Man, I just have to say that listening to your stories is like each and every, like, no matter what, like I am just blown away by the work that you're doing. I mean, I'm just blown away how trauma sometimes could become our passion to invest in ourselves, especially when we see injustices, right? And so we can step back and take a look at ourselves and like, man, and then deal with all the other stuff to how we really defy the odds. So Victor, good looking out.
Yeah, let's continue to defy those odds.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. With that being said, we have our next individual who will be with us, and that's going to be Senator Joe Nguyen will be on with us at 10:30. In the meantime, it's like 10:24 right now, but if I'm okay, if anybody's okay with sharing, I don't even care what type of testimonial it is. Can I just get a 5-minute testimonial for anything that maybe happened during this week that happened to you, or not just in the field that we do, right? But just life. Just
I have a testimony. This is Cynthia. This week, I had my record vacated out of Kitsap County by PGA. They helped me get my record vacated. So I am super stoked right now. It's been a long time coming.
Yes.
I'm super happy about it.
Are we sharing testimonies right now?
Do it.
I shared this earlier, but for about a year now, ever since our last civil survival day, I have been working with civil survival, some lawyers to work on. I wanted to vacate my sentence or my charges, and they said, "Oh, you have a warrant in California, 20-year-old warrant." And I thought that I was gonna have to go fly down there and squash it, but the lawyers took care of it all, and they would squash the warrant and they dismissed the charge. So now, because if you want to vacate your sentence or your charges, you can't have any new charges. So this would have made it so I had a new charge that is gone. So now I'm completely eligible to get my charges vacated, and that should happen by the summertime. So super exciting. Thank you, Civil Survival.
Oh, I see Sarah. I see Sarah has a hand up.
Hi, my name is Sarah Leon. My husband's been incarcerated for 23 years. Well, yesterday, something really cool happened. I had a friend, actually one of his friends who's been in for 29 years since he was 14. And I got to meet him for the first time. And I do massage. I got to give him a massage, his first one. And I won't share his name or anything, but he was trembling and had so much cellular trauma. It was one of the most beautiful experiences. It was a gift to me to be able to like feel that in him. And he was just like weeping and trembling, and to just be touched in that way. Someone he spent 9 years in solitary. And I just realized that's what needs to happen. People in general don't get touched, and sex is not touch. And gave him a 2-hour massage, and it just like, I think that needs to happen. I think that needs to be incorporated in reentry, because there's trauma just doesn't heal on its own, and we hold it in our cells. And from cells in their cells. Yeah, so I just wanted to share that because it really made me happy yesterday.
Oh, y'all, this is what it's about, right? Organizing and being a voice at times for the unheard. And just the work that we do, and just hearing the testimonials. It's like sometimes, it's a different part of healing. It's a journey, but it's worth it when we invest in it and have folks who even volunteer their time to help us address our barriers, right? And help to remove them. So I'm just, man, as an original member of Civil Survival, I'm so proud of the organization. There's no amount of money that will have me saying, this is not my family, this is not my home, this is not the work that I believe in. Because it really is. And when I hear y'all's testimonials, it gets me up every day to go another day, another day, another day, another day, another day. And then next thing you know, we're locking hands and we're creating this change, not just for ourselves, friends and family members, for anyone that we may come in contact with. So thank you all for being vulnerable and sharing your testimonies with you. I'm looking forward to the next step of your journeys and leveling up. I'll meet y'all at the top. I have one more. Got one more. Doesn't have to be about vacating the record. You could have, had seen a friend that you've been missing that you talk to. We're social people.
I don't know if I'm on. Can you hear me? I'm having
There we
issues with my phone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. I'm Tanya. I was incarcerated for 10 years. I'm still on parole. I'm working on getting out here soon off of parole. I have like 6 more months left. But I do want to say a couple things. Sorry, it's carpool day, kids. I'm trying to get everything done. But I have an amazing job and I work for a really great company. And the only thing that I can say is that since I've been out, I have been blessed over and over again just by always having that good heart, helping others. I reach out to a lot of people. I've helped other people, give them information on their legal cases, and have been fighting for my son's recovery and for his incarceration. He's currently incarcerated right now. And so I just want to say thank you, Civil Survival. I know I can't attend every meeting, but I definitely read all of the notes. I read all of the notes, I absorb them. I'm like, okay, what can I do or what can I say? But it's been a hard journey. And, for those, and I was thinking about it when you guys were talking. I live in Clark County and there are some reentry programs, but nothing that's like really heavy that can actually be like, hey, I'm here. Let me guide you. I've been in your shoes. And so like, as we're having this meeting this morning, I'm thinking, how can I start something down here? Because I remember I got out and I was like, whoa, it was traumatic for me. It was sensory overload. It was. There was cars, there was smartphones, I had my kid, he's 11, I had to put him in football. I mean, there was just school, attending conferences. Not only that, on top trying to work on myself and trying to keep a job and get a vehicle, get your license back. I mean, nobody, if I didn't have some really great friends that helped me to pay for all the things that you needed to pay for when you got out, I think I would have been one of those recidivism. I would have been back on that track. So I'm going to start thinking about like, what can I do to help people that are recently released in Clark County? I know they have some programs, but not a whole lot of heavy hitters that are willing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But I definitely, you guys got my mind thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, appreciate that.
And can I just ask, I'm sorry, I don't know because she's in her car on her phone if she can look at the chat, but I'm putting a chat message to you, to Tanya,
Okay.
with my email to call me and we can talk about how you might do that.
Awesome.
Okay.
Oops, am I on there? Yeah, great. I'm also Indigenous too, so.
Yes, thank you again for sharing and thank you for, I heard something that was super important. You said, I want to figure out how to do something over here. It's time to organize over here. So you see all these folks on this call, you have a huge support system, you have a huge network. However we can support, let's do it. There's enough of this work to go around. There's more of us needed every single day. My sister Dua, I saw you on here with your hand raised up. I see you.
Good morning, Queen. I'm good. How are you?
I am amazing. Thank you. What you gonna bless us with this morning?
Oh, so I'm just gonna say I'm on my way back. I'm on I-5 leaving Portland and just had an amazing girls getaway down in Portland. Me and Char caught the train from Spokane. The other two drove from Seattle, from the South King County, and now we're on the way back to Spokane in that snow. But it's just, learning how to take care of yourself, and do that self-care, doing all the hard work that you do. And having that much needed sister time is important. So y'all don't forget to do that self-care in the midst of all the work and the hard work that y'all do helping others, because it's important. Because if you don't take care of yourself, it's hard to take care of someone else. So that's it. Peace.
As always, my sister, the Queen, blesses us with a word. That self-care is important, especially in this work that we do. We don't grow weary. We're warriors. We don't grow weary. We come with our armor, which is our education, knowing our rights. We come. So thank you everybody for your testimonials. You truly blessed me this morning and started my morning off just grateful. My heart is just full of gratitude. With that being said, we have our amazing friend, Senator Joe Nguyen, who is here with us this morning. Senator Nguyen, welcome.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Amazing. Thank you. Senator Nguyen just asked everybody questions. So if everybody's doing great, okay, can we get a thumbs up or a heart? Let me see y'all. Let me see y'all. Let me see.
No, okay, there's a lot of folks.
Let's show Senator Nguyen some love. There we go.
Thank you.
Yes. The floor is yours, Senator Nguyen.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll keep it pretty short because I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end as well. But first off, I just wanted to say thank you so much for inviting me again. I spoke, I think, a couple of years ago when we were in person. I'll do the virtual ones as well. Hopefully we can see you all in person, maybe for the next session. But, you know, I just want to reiterate how important it is to have you here advocating for such important issues. And candidly, from my perspective, as a society, we have to invest in people. And it's so important for you to be here today and advocating for these things, because that's how we get these things done, is when we make sure that your voice is being heard. And for far too long, that hasn't necessarily been the case. You know, we needed Representative Tarra Simmons in Olympia years ago to lead us. And now that we have her voice here and her experience, the lived experiences that she brings to the legislature, it has been transformative. And I hope that with her leadership and with your support, we can get a lot of these things done as quickly as possible as well. And I know that some of the folks that I spoke with previously, you know, we want to be able to address mass incarceration. And the fact that we have that is a failure of our institutions. It's a failure of our education system, our healthcare systems, our basic needs programs. And oftentimes, what the society has done is that instead of helping those who need help, we've criminalized them instead. And instead of rehabilitation or healing, we've used austerity and trauma. We've looked at it fundamentally from the wrong mindset, and that has to change. And it can only change when we have your voices centered in this new process as well. We have to rethink what our systems look like. We have to make sure that those who are impacted are centered. We have to rebuild a system that has failed us for too long. And what's interesting is that in my time in the legislature, I've worked on a whole host of issues in partnership with community members, with Rep. Simmons and with others. And certainly there are transformative and very tough topics like criminal justice reform, but we've actually been able to find bipartisan support on things like housing vouchers, education opportunities, addressing housing discrimination, investments in diversion programs. So there's a whole continuum of things that we can work on together to be able to achieve the results that we want. And what I will say real quick is that I believe that people are more powerful than they oftentimes realize, right? So in the legislature, we see about 2,000 or 3,000 bills in any given year, 2,000 or 3,000, yet we only pass about 200 to 300, so less than 10%. So a lot of the work isn't so much about arguing what's right or wrong, good or bad, Democrat or Republican. It's making sure that your issue is worthy of being discussed. And that's how we do it, is with your advocacy right now, because for far too long, our communities haven't been the focus, and we've been forced to deal with the consequences of inaction. And that's where you come in, is to ensure that people like me and others in the legislature understand how important it is to prioritize this work, to invest in our communities, and ensure that the voices of those who are impacted are at the table as well. So I'll leave it at that, Michelle, if you want me to answer questions or whatnot, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me here. I appreciate all the work that you're doing, and I'm looking forward to many more years to come as well.
Thank you so much, Senator Nguyen. It's always a pleasure to see you. Wow, I remember you just even coming to campus because I'm at Highline. I remember you coming, you just sharing the same thing. So again, you're a friend of ours, so we definitely appreciate you, and thank you for being a voice again for the unheard, and just being in a position to realize that even in the communities that we serve and live in, that there's still things that we need to address. And so we thank you for not turning a blind eye to those things and supporting us on this work that we're definitely trying to do each and every day. With that being said, does anyone have any questions for Senator Nguyen? Senator Nguyen, can you tell folks what district you're in?
Oh yeah, so I'm the state senator from the 34th legislative district. So Burien, White Center, West Seattle, Vashon, and Maury Island. Depending on kind of how things shake up with the new maps, it'll look a lot different as well. So I might include South Park, Georgetown, Soto, downtown, and the waterfront as well. And then I grew up in White Center. So I think part of the reason why I'm so passionate about this space is because I've seen the impacts on my communities growing up underinvestment, of a lack of empathy towards our people. And it is my goal and my job, and the reason why I got involved, is to change that narrative, but to also make sure that we are prioritizing those from communities who've been historically neglected as well.
Absolutely, thank you. You know, working in the area, I still volunteer with CDA and
Yeah, Sealy.
with Sealy, so you know that. So that's like my second home, and graduated from Evergreen High School. So that's kind of.
Did you really? I think you might have told me that. Yeah.
Yes. So Wolverine all day.
Yeah, there you go. I spent a lot of time there.
Yes. Anybody has any questions for Senator Nguyen?
I do see one here where, you know, Democrats have control of the House, but purposely bills die. And that's kind of what I'm talking about before, is that, look, it's not about Democrat or Republican. It's about making sure that your issue is worthy of being discussed. And all too often, our issues get put on the back burner. And when that happens, bills do die, right? And you've seen a shift with Tarra Simmons. You've seen a shift with myself and with others as well. But there's a lot more work to do. So I'm not sure which one in particular you're referring to, but I get disappointed, right? So I get frustrated in terms of this process, because not everybody understands the impacts. The fact that I have to argue that we need to invest in basic needs programs, we have to have diversion programs, the fact that we have to let folks know that cash assistance programs aren't bad. Those are things that I have to deal with as well. So if you want to help, stay involved, stay active. It's okay to be upset. Make sure that you're also contacting people who aren't just the ones trying to fight for your issues, but the ones who may be behind the scenes not being as supportive as well.
Thank you for that response. If I could have Rochelle with the hand up.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Senator, for coming to meet with us today. Super appreciate it. I've recently gotten involved with civil survival, so appreciate you guys too for inviting me to this. But I'm just wondering, so, you know, with some of the bills that go up and go through, we have representatives and senators occasionally spreading misinformation to get their constituents to go one way or another. And for me, it's really, you know, unfortunate when we see literal state reps and state senators posting information that is factually incorrect, talking about folks in Arizona when they're referring to Washington laws, for example. I'm just wondering how we can combat this. And if you have any ideas about how to make things more kind of open and transparent with information that our representatives and senators are putting out sometimes. And if they refuse to do the research, how can we hold them accountable for spreading, you know, kind of fear mongering at the end of the day?
Fear mongering is effective, and that's why it happens. Like that is the frustrating reality in which we exist right now. And what's been most disappointing for me this session is to see that shift from last year. We had this energy and appetite for racial justice that has gone muted this past year as well. We have, and hopefully this is a safe space, we literally have members with Black Lives Matter stickers on their cars who vote against Black Lives issues all the time. And that's the part that's so frustrating, is that oftentimes we have what's called, I term it as faux-gressive, people who talk a big game about progressive issues and ideals, but don't necessarily follow through. And that's the accountability piece. And I don't fault all of them. I think some of them is because they have a limited experience with this space, and they're doing it based off of feedback from people that they trust, but that's not good enough. And that's why I prioritize, as Michelle knows, engaging with young people, engaging with credible messengers, engaging with civil survival, because it's important for me to stay educated as well. Even as somebody who is active and engaged, I know that I'm not the expert. So that's probably the biggest thing, is that don't let up when you're talking to your legislators. Make sure that you're being active in your participation as well. And that's how you start to change that narrative. But it's not going to be overnight. It's not going to be easy because fear mongering is easier than understanding the truth. So in terms of folks who may be misrepresenting something, feel free to point it out. I'd be happy to chat with individuals as well. But I think a lot of it is politics. And we have to get past that and actually serve our communities.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you're right. That's at the end of the day, what more can we do than say, hey, tell us the truth or we're not going to elect you. But yeah, so thank you for your answer. I appreciate it.
No problem. just checking to see if I have to run to another one in a second, which I do. I could probably answer one more if necessary, or I see some folks on there as well. Feel free to send a note to my office, joe.nguyen@ledge.wa.gov. You know I respond. I'm trying to be active and engaged, but just wanted to say thank you so much for all the work. Thank you for being here today on this Advocacy Day, and I'm looking forward to seeing folks hopefully in person soon.
You got it. Thank you, Senator Rand. Thank you for standing with us in truth and solidarity. We appreciate you. Have a good day. Man, y'all got a little bit of truth right there. That was Senator Nguyen. Senator Rand always comes with it. He brings it. He brings it. He brings the truth to the people. He brings what we need to hear and not what they want to hear. He brings it. And he stands on it. And he is no joke about this work. I'm telling you. Anyway, with that being said, we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is my friend in this work. And I mean, even though vocal, her voice, she stands behind every bit of it. Our friend Malika Lamont.
Hi, it's so good to see y'all. My name's Malika Lamont, and I'm the director of Vocal Washington. We have some of our members on here today. Ann Hundley works in collaboration with us. We also work in collaboration with Civil Survival on a number of issues. Deaunte Damper, one of our members, our core group members, is here. Kelly is one of our core group members, and sorry, there's so many people on here. I'm like, oh snaps, who's all here? But we work, we focus on the issues of mass incarceration, the war on drugs, homelessness, HIV and AIDS, and other forms of systemic violence. Some of the projects that we've worked on in collaboration with Civil Survival, we have done educational events together. We've worked on, we've done some political forum events throughout the state. Oh, and there's, sorry, Tatiana, there you are, yes. Our name stands for Voices of Community Activists and Leaders Washington. We're currently working on some projects called the Council of Expert Advisors on Drug Use. And so we're working in collaboration with Seattle and King County to uplift the voices of people that are actively using drugs in order to shape policy in Seattle and King County, because as Civil Survival works, you know, nothing about us without us. And making sure that the policies that are impacting people's lives, that people have a real say in what that looks like. We are moving into the second phase of that project. We got funded again. Whoop, whoop. Anyway, so going to be hiring a project manager for that work. We also are working on some issues around HIV and AIDS. There is a move across the state. I think many people that are involved in access to medication have recognized that pretty much there is a move towards creating a two-tier system. So essentially you have to survive not getting the medication that works best for you in order to get a chance at getting the medication that will work for you, hopefully. So we've been pushing really hard against that with the Healthcare Authority and the Department of Health, supporting organization that's happening around that. We collaborate with the co-lead project that is through the Public Defender Association, and we have cohorts throughout the housing programs, working with folks to identify the issues, educate them about how to fight back. The Overdose Emergency Innovative Recovery Work Group was another project that we did for Seattle King County, brought together elected officials, people with lived and living experience, and everybody in between to create a comprehensive plan like I don't think anybody has ever really done before. Look for that to be released here pretty soon. And I think, and some of our members, I would like to invite them to talk about their involvement with Vocal. And we've also been working on some decriminalization statutes that are, the ACLU just dropped an initiative, so be looking for that, hoping that folks will support that. Part of the reason we have a mass incarceration crisis is because of the war on drugs. I mean, that is the, you know, and racism, and moving towards a system of, you know, treating people instead of criminalizing them, supporting communities rather than and treating trauma. That's how we get out of this, not by continuing to lock each other up, but you know that. So I'd like to invite either Deaunte, Tatiana, or Anne to speak about some of our collaborations that we've done together if we still have a little time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Deaunte Damper. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the chair of Black Lives Matter and also a proud member of Vocal Law. I can honestly say this task force has been life-changing. And when I'm saying that, as a person that has been in recovery myself, I wanted to have the conversations that we weren't having. And when I say that, I'm talking about, I know that the city council members are having conversations, not having conversations with the community activists that they are writing into these grants that they propose for the city. And or these state legislative representatives that are going off of 1996 grants and not acknowledging that organizations like POCAN deserve just as much grant money as a Navos, or because when I look at grassroots, it's the grassroots organizations that are right now going from pennies to pennies and not able to house. POCAN had a program, and that program, and I can't remember the damn name right now. Oh, it was called the GOTS program. That GOTS program it's pretty much when we would go to the streets looking for our community members who have been gone, strung out for weeks. That program was where we did jail advocacy. And it wasn't just no damn jail advocacy where we went inside of the courts. We would know what your family history, what your mama then was doing, how long have you been using, service plans that was created. And it's so funny because years later, it has turned into, while POCAN is living from penny to penny, organizations like the LEAD program were built off of exactly what POCAN did. So having these conversations with the task force is bringing those conversations to the forefront. It's been a life-changing experience for me because I used to work for POCAN. And even though I could be in these chair seats and walking in very many other rooms, I don't forget where the hell I came from. And I wanted to make sure that when these city council representatives and state representatives are having conversations, they don't forget about the little people who are the big people in our community. And I ain't gonna talk too damn much, but that's what I wanted to share. Very happy to be here today, though.
Thank you, Deaunte.
Do we still have time?
I can hear you talk all day long. Hey, friend.
Hey, friend.
See that? Y'all see why I can talk to Deaunte? Did you hear that? You hear that energy in that hey, friend? That's real right there. Deaunte and I have worked together, even connecting folks to reentry in my role at Highline College and even being part of the co-lead program. So it's like, man, real people say real
and you know, the funny
stuff.
thing is, y'all, we've been doing this for 4 years and have not met in person.
Look at me. And see, that's a cool, y'all just hear what Deaunte just said? We've been doing this work for 4 years and not have met in person, but did you just hear, I mean, we talk like we don't see each other, but went out for coffee and all that, right? So we will be going. It's just
right. We got a happy hour coming soon.
I'm ready. But see, folks, this is what I'm saying. That the importance of even you don't even have to see somebody to be able to create community partnership, be in collaboration, networking, breaking barriers. You just have to have like-minded folks who don't navigate some things and who don't been through some things, got a little bit of lived experience, and that can, we tap in, we lean in and get buy-in. Quit playing with us. That's how we roll, right?
Oh, not my face. I can't show my face right now.
I love you, Deaunte. Thank you so much for your energy, Malika.
I love you too, and I just want to say something.
Yeah.
I just want to say something, and I really want this to just, I don't know how this is people, but I just wanted to just shout out to all the Black women that are working out here in this community. And I'm saying that, and I'm not saying that because it's because of Black History Month. I'm saying it because I've watched leaders like yourself and Malika work day in and day out, day in and day out, day in and day out. And sometimes we don't see, people don't feel like we're being seen, but sisters, I see you. I see the work that you do. that you're a builder, that you're being inclusive. And that I just wanted to send my love out to y'all, especially you, Malika, especially you, Michelle. I know that the work y'all do, y'all up 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, handling your own shit. And I just want to let you know that I see you. And if you have a Black woman that is in your space, let them know that you appreciate them, because they probably don't hear it enough. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. We love you. We so love you, man. Yeah. See, I didn't like it. Y'all hear him just acknowledging. It's taking the time to acknowledge. It's not easy, you know, being in this work that we do, right? I mean, we have to push our way through. And if you want to use it, you know, we have to push. And in some cultures, pray until something happens. I don't care what you believe in, but we have to push, like literally. I mean, it's a blessing we have allies. It really is. It really is. But we're gonna keep pushing. My sister Dua. So yes, again, even despite, like you said, Black History Month, our voices are sometimes underrepresented, but I tell you know what, we show up in spaces and we know how to, man, we will get that ear. Come on, Malika. Come on, Dua. Come on, Mama Cynthia. And they're all of us collectively, right? But sometimes it's just something about that fist that gets me going. Hey, man, there's something about that fist that gets me going. I appreciate you all, and thank you so much for sharing and being with us this afternoon. The time is now at 10:56. So at this time, I'm going to pass it on to my brother. Man, always showing me love. My sister's husband, always showing me love. He's like always showing us love, family. And I'm going to give it now over to my brother, Jermaine, who is with our Freedom Project East partner. So my brother, the floor is yours.
Absolutely. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you usually. And before I get started officially, I don't mind yielding a bit of my time to Tatiana. She kind of wanted to chime in, and Malika had asked for other people who I believe were a part of Vocal Wa. So if she wanted to speak, I don't mind at all.
I don't think I can follow Deaunte after that. That was really awesome. But I'm a part of Vocal Wa, and I also help to lead the Psychedelic Medicine Alliance of Washington. We're going to be putting our full, resources and everything that we have to help support Commit to Change this year, to help pass that ballot measure to end, essentially simple possession charges in Washington. And but yeah, it's okay. If people want to learn more about what we do, just reach out to Malika or me, and I'll be happy to talk more.
Right on. Thank you for putting your voice in the space. Indeed. My brother, man, I tell people all the time that David Hepburn, executive director of Freedom Project, is my brother, like through and through. And the only thing that makes us not biological brothers is that we didn't come out of the same womb. But that's my brother. And one of the things he always says is that it's always better when everybody has an opportunity to put their voice in the space. So thank you for putting your voice in the space. So I am Jermaine Mandrell Williams, he, him, his pronouns, director of Freedom Project East, which is a satellite. So we are over here in Spokane, Washington, and we cover all of Eastern Washington, at least as much as we can. So we're a satellite of Freedom Project WA, hence the shirt, and many of my other team and community members that are on the call as well. And so Freedom Project East, one of the biggest things that we do is that we build relationships so that we can create opportunities for those people who are directly impacted by systems of oppression, right? That includes white supremacy, that includes mass incarceration, all of these things. We build those relationships to create opportunities for, to provide them with wraparound services. One of the biggest things that we do. We know that oftentimes, unfortunately, and I'm speaking from a lived experience perspective, right? And I'll get into that in just a moment, but I'm speaking from the standpoint of those people who are oftentimes Black especially, right? And then those folks who are indigenous and persons of color, along with some of our allies and co-conspirators, right? Poor white folks who they also throw away and forget about and stuff like that. What happens is that when you do 5, 10, 15, 20 or more years in the carceral system straight, a lot of time when you come out starting from zero. There's not a lot of things that are readily handed to or available to you when you first get home. And so for Freedom Project East, we unapologetically center the lived experience of those people who are Black, indigenous, and persons of color, right? Who are directly impacted by mass incarceration. More importantly, though, right now, than talking to you as the director of Freedom Project Peace, is one of my favorite people, man, who is Kelly Olsen. She's on the call, Civil Survival. I like to call her Kels. That's my nickname I gave her. Kels asked me to say something or to share something about my lived experience that kind of ties into some of the grief that people have been feeling, some of the frustration, the anger, and the anxiety, justifiably so, that some people have been feeling as a result of some of these bills not passing, right? People are out there fighting and championing and sending emails to the legislator, talking to the legislators, right? And stuff like that. And still, it's like voices are not being heard, bills are not being passed, things are not being pushed through. Our sister Danica just said a little bit ago, she was just talking about it. She just addressed it courageously too. She just addressed that. And so what I want to say is that at 17 years old, I got myself into some serious trouble, very serious trouble, right? I caused some harm, I caused some hurt to some people. And as a result of that, I found myself incarcerated, King County Jail. I was given a 36-year sentence, right? Went to trial. I was given a 36-year sentence, of which I served 25 years and 3 months, right? So going from King County Jail as a kid, declined on automatically declined on me and charged me as an adult, getting found guilty, being given a 36-year sentence, doing 25 years and 3 months before I was fortunate to be able to be out here into the community. So let me fill in that gap just a little bit, because that's the essence of what I'm talking about. So what happens is that in the system, and like the brother Victor was talking about, you have all this time over your head. Some people have more, some people have less. Everybody approaches their time differently. And being a child in an adult system, trying to figure out how to survive, how to navigate, how to do what you need to do in order to just be okay, but truly not knowing from one moment to the next whether or not I'm going to live to see the next day. This isn't about the individuals who are around me and the potential harm or danger that they could cause me. That's not what this is about. I'm talking about going inside, crumbling inside, in the heart, in the soul, in the mind, in the spirit, and not knowing whether I would live from one day to the next, let alone seeing the end of a 36-year sentence. Couldn't conceptualize that, especially not at a 17-year-old, not at an 18-year-old, not at a 21-year-old. I couldn't conceptualize that. What happens is that life goes on, time goes on, you go to sleep, you wake up, you're still in prison. You call, you reach out to the community, you're still in prison. You try to offer as much support and help as you can from behind the wall, and at the end of the day, you're still in prison. And as much as there are some people in the community who see you as a human being and who love you for who you are and who you're growing and developing to truly be, who you're destined to be, the reality is that you're still being dehumanized in prison. So in 2007, I began reading about some research that was taking place, right, as it relates to brain science, as it relates to brain development. That was 2007. I'm reading about that right here in Washington State, even though at that time I was housed in a CCA out in Minnesota when they were sending us out of state. People who lived it or have loved ones who were living it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Fast forward 2014, July 1, 2014, the 2 SSB 5064 juvenile life bill ended up passing, which put those of us who had been convicted as children in a position to be able to petition for our freedom, literally earn our way out of prison, earn our freedom. So long as we didn't have any offense on our record, any crimes on our record from the time that you turned 18 years of age all the way up. And still, there was a series of programs that you had to take, had to go through the process of a psychological evaluation, and you still had to sit in front of the Indeterminate Sentencing Review Board in order to determine whether or not you qualified. However, it wasn't information that was readily available to all people. That information wasn't readily available. There's a bill, a Senate bill that passed that puts people in a position, adults in a position who were convicted as children, right, to go free, but it's not readily available. There are people who are coming to different compounds saying, hey man, I've been researching this thing, I'm getting ready to go home. And there are so many other people who are on these compounds who don't even know they're eligible. I had brothers who were literally telling me every time they saw me walking down the breezeway going from one place to another, oh, you qualify, I'm 1,000%. You need to write, you need to find out. But I suffered so much rejection and everything else through the whole trial process, through the whole appeals process and everything else. I just didn't believe that I qualified. It wasn't until I was fortunate to have an amazing woman by the name of Dua Rahima Williams, right? At that time, Dora Hunter, who came into my life, who pushed me in ways that many people would not push me, that inspired me to actually write the letter. When she got on me and she cried and she said, you just want to be in prison. You don't want to get out. You want to stay there. That's the only reason you're not doing anything. And so fast forward, I wrote that letter. They accepted the petition only after she pushed me. But I wrote the letter, they accepted the petition, and then they put me through this process. I didn't go free. Remember what I said. 2007, I began reading about this research. Brian Stevenson, EJI, the Equal Justice Initiative, right? Anybody who knows Brian Stevenson or knows anything about the movie or the book Just Mercy, that's Brian Stevenson. So 2007, this research is being done in Washington State. They're paying for this research. July 1st, 2014, the bill passes. I didn't go free with conditions until May 4th of 2020. So the essence of what I'm saying as I wrap this up, right, is that sometimes there are things that are going on behind the scenes that we don't see. Sometimes there are things happening and that the wheel is churning, even if it's moving slow. Like slow to the point of frustration, slow to the point of, man, I'm so motherfucking tired of this garbage that's going on. Y'all need to do something right now. So in no wise am I telling people to give up, to get down and lay down and take a passive approach. I'm not saying that. To the contrary, I'm saying continue to believe, continue to speak up, continue to write, continue to email, continue to inspire one another, get together, synergize, continue to fight, but also understand that just because it's not happening in this moment doesn't mean that it's not happening at all. Because the reality is that had I laid down and gave up, I would not be in a position to be able to sit here with y'all today and eloquate what I just said just a moment ago, right? So again, I thank y'all for this time. I thank y'all for this space. And whatever y'all do, please don't forget there are things going on behind the scenes we can't always see. And so keep on fighting and don't give up and keep on pushing, no matter what it takes. And for all my people who were formerly incarcerated, but now out here in the world, conditions are not, welcome home. And I mean that from the heart, no doubt. Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, I heard it again. Brother Jermaine, thank you as always. And I did hear Brother Jermaine said, I ain't giving up. I don't know how anybody else feels. Anybody else feel like that? Or y'all feel like giving up now? Because we can end this story. Y'all feel like giving up now or no? Just let me know. Thumbs up, down. Y'all feel like giving up, but or should we keep going? Should we keep going? Oh, okay, there we go. Now I see. Okay. We there. Thank you all so much to all of our guest speakers and our panelists so far this morning. We appreciate you, the words of wisdom, encouragement, and just being in this work with us and standing 10 toes down, as we say, to do this work. So much love, now respect to you all. We definitely appreciate you. With that being said, we're a little bit behind, but that's okay because this is some good stuff. I mean, we need to know. We need all of this. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to our friends from Incredible Messengers, Johnny and Monk. So welcome, Johnny and Monk, Incredible Messengers.
Hey guys, my name is Johnny Cheng. I'm with Northwest Credible Messengers. Just thankful to share the space with so many other organizations that have this aligned vision of undoing mass incarceration. So today I just want to highlight a project that's intrinsically connected to our goal of empowering the next generation of Black and Brown leaders through policy advocacy and positive youth justice. So with 3 youth coordinators from our voter education project, and I will be sharing a little bit about the history of mass incarceration, a current effort that we're involved in connected to it, a little bit about behavioral health and its impact on incarceration. And so I'd like to introduce our first youth coordinator, BL Sawe. BL, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm talking about the historical policies on war on drugs. And in 1981, Ronald Reagan began expanding Wait, am I supposed to be introducing myself?
Sure, you can.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah, name is BL, he, him pronouns. But as I was saying, in 1981, Ronald Reagan began expanding the war on drugs by focusing on punishment and incarceration for nonviolent drug offenses, which skyrocketed incarceration rate from 50,000 to 400,000 in a span of 4 years. And the Congress passed the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, which invested $1.7 billion into the war on drugs and established a chain of mandatory minimum prison sentences for numerous drug offenses. And then so came the 1994 crime bill, and this bill provided for 100,000 new police officers, causing over-policing, and also provided $7.9 billion for the prison industry, and provided authorization on the prosecution of youth who are only 13 years old and up. And my connection to the mass incarceration, I was saying that I was and still am affected by mass incarceration through the injustice in the system and over policing in my city due to incrimination and racial profiling from the Auburn Police Department and the system put in place to hold our people back in our community. After working with organizations to stop school to prison, the deportation pipeline, I saw that prison was not the only place for our folks to be sent away and locked away from society and from their family and loved ones. I also saw that immigrants folk get deported back to a place where they haven't been to since they were just a child or a baby, forgotten language, culture, and lost far away from their family. And that is my part for this. And I want to pass it down to Johnny. Thank you very much for listening to.
Yes, sir. Thank you, BL. So I think for me in my section today, just want to talk about some of the impacts that we've seen from mass incarceration, specifically the incarceration of juveniles who are tried as adults. Jermaine highlighted a bit about the data and science stemming from adolescent brain development. And we kind of finally have this avenue that he was talking about, right? To undo some of the harm. A childhood friend of mine, Rachini Chum, was sentenced to 45 years at 17 years old. He's coming back on March 18th and has the opportunity to be given credit for time served. The basis of his resentencing, I'll share a little bit about some of the cases, right? Roper and Graham, the concept that children are fundamentally different from adults when it comes to sentencing. Houston Sconiers, the judge now has full discretion when sentencing youth and must consider mitigation before retribution. And for me, most importantly, Hogs, where retribution has to be secondary to whether a person has rehabilitated himself. And even more important, I think it's the opportunity to have a chance at a meaningful life. And what I'll say is that Rachini's made considerable strides in an environment that often causes harm as opposed to rehabilitation. He was given a de facto life sentence with 45 years. And we're saying that he must have a second chance. And I'd love to give the opportunity for him to share a little bit about himself and why the work is important. So I'll share this video that I was able to grab from him while we were on a video chat. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
Hello, my name is Rachini Chom. I'm 34 years old, and I've been incarcerated since the age of 17. With the changes in law under unconstitutional sentences involving juvenile offenders, I have the opportunity to be resentenced. The importance of having a second chance is necessary, especially being incarcerated as a juvenile and not having a chance to exercise the rights and responsibilities of adulthood. The society needs to understand children doing lengthy sentences lose their chance and meaningful opportunities to re-enter society and have a meaningful life. Lengthy sentences doesn't fix a child, but with proper rehabilitation, youthful offenders are released to become productive members of the community.
So,
hello, my name is Rachini Chom. I'm
sorry.
34 years
I mean, this is just one story of the many that are affecting our communities. And I do believe as a society that we benefit from focusing on rehabilitation and mitigation over retribution. But at the very least, I believe we must extend these efforts to those who are 25 and under, with the new science from or newer science speaking about adolescent brain development. As Black and Brown people, we're often experiencing trauma which impacts brain development, as evidenced through adverse childhood experiences and social toxins emitted through systemic oppression. Thank you all for your time, and I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Raishad Woodius, who will be talking a little bit about behavioral health. Raishad, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello. Okay. So to understand behavioral health, I feel like we need to first understand kind of what it is. In my opinion, behavioral health has almost a cause and effect nature to it. Basically, the state of one's mental health and overall well-being, and also their environment, can be a cause, and the effect is how one handles said cause, essentially how they cope in their behavior. The chief science officer for the Washington State Department of Health has stated that the pandemic has had a serious negative impact on the youth behavioral health, in part because of the disruptions it has caused in family, academic, and social lives. So with the COVID-19 pandemic, people have been locked down, quarantining, and people are essentially being trapped with their abuser or abusers. And the youth basically couldn't really socialize as they used to. And basically put yourself in their shoes, and many of you guys may have been in their shoes. How would you cope with that, and how have you coped? That is why it's important that our community, especially our youth and young adults, are educated in behavioral health and healthy coping skills, or else we'll continue to see a rise in deaths caused, death caused by drug overdoses and domestic violence, and even mass incarceration. For example, in 2021, the rate of domestic homicide and violent death was the highest it has been since 2007. There has been a 25% increase in behavioral health crisis calls since 2019. And in March 2021, Governor Inslee issued a youth and young adult mental health proclamation acknowledging the healthcare system stress across a range of mental and behavioral health conditions. But I feel like we still need more if we're going to truly start to heal our communities and our young peoples. Next, I'm gonna pass it to Monk. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Rayshad. I appreciate you. What's going down, everybody? My name is Monk Tupai, and I'll be drawing the connection between behavioral health and mass incarceration, as BL, Rayshad, and Johnny touched on. So behavioral health refers to how our daily cognitive habits affect our overall well-being, emotions, biology, and behavior. Mass incarceration is a term for the extremely high rate of incarceration in the United States for both adults and young people. Prisons and jails often cause further mental harm to incarcerated people. Over a quarter of incarcerated people report that they've experienced significant psychological distress in their home environments prior to incarceration. So this means that people who dealt with trauma early in life are far more likely to be incarcerated in what is supposed to be rehabilitation. In reflection, the United States has some of the highest recidivism rates in the world. The National Institute of Justice says that almost 44% of people released from prison return before their first year out of prison. And I think this articulates the importance of the need for intervention on a state level. We should be thinking of implementing culturally relevant programming to support directly impacted people in navigating these barriers. Substitute Senate Bill 5157 articulates the key to the integration of behavioral health into primary health networks. For one, reduction in client involvement with the criminal justice system, and two, reduction in avoidable costs in jails and prisons. These outcomes reflect Washington State's priorities to incentivize cross-system collaboration between health networks, government entities, and the criminal justice system, to emphasize intervention and prevention over crisis response, and to remove individuals whose offense is driven primarily by health status instead of criminality. And that's it for my piece. But for our closing, we'd just like to start by saying thank you for embracing and including the voices of our country's future leaders in today's conversation. Also, just reiterating that policies in the past have disproportionately targeted and impacted people of color and those who battle with mental health and behavioral health issues. This still holds true today. Two fundamental strategies we're utilizing to combat this inequity is one, equipping the next generation of young leaders with the knowledge and tools to make true transformative change. And 2, utilizing culturally relevant behavioral health intervention and preventions to heal ourselves and our communities. It's imperative we work inclusively when making decisions surrounding impact of people. From now on, nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Monk. And back to Michelle.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, everybody from Northwest Credible Messengers. Yes, right. Thank you. Sometimes I'm just baffled. I mean, all the work that we do behind the scenes. I saw people, I want to say it right. Mavega, how do you say? I said the last name, I think. How do I first name?
Oh, Any Mavega. Yes.
Any. I was sitting here and I saw your comment in the chat, and you're like, I'm not sure if I'm in the right meeting.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, I think I am. What do you think?
No. Yeah, I'm definitely in the right group. I feel like, it's more of a feeling like I know I'm supposed to be here. And yeah, it's overwhelming just listening to everybody, definitely gives me a lot of hope. I'm not from Washington, but I'm for people. And I'm from Alaska, and we do home care. That's what we've done. And our story is my sister and we used to be on drugs, so we know that life. And her husband went to jail for, it was for murder, but he got released, and then he changed his life. He used to sell dope, and we used to use it and a lot of stuff. And we all, I had seizures, so all I wanted to do after that was live, and I quit cold turkey. And my sister and her husband ended up getting ordained as pastors. So we had a church in Alaska, and one of our friend pastors, or pastor, his wife passed away, and he had, health issues and stuff. And my sister, she was a realtor. So he's like, oh, okay, can you guys take it over? And we're like, what the hell are we going to do with a fourplex, And some guy showed up to our, this was in 2019. Some guy showed up to our church, it's high as hell, and sitting in there, and we're just like, oh, okay, he came the next week, it got colder in Alaska. And then one day he was like, oh, hey, can you guys drop me off to, we're like, okay, and dropped him off. He never told us where he lived. He said, oh, this is fine. And we always dropped him off at a corner or an alley. And one week we're just like, you've been coming to church and we know you're high. Like, we're basically family now. There's no judgment here. Why don't you just tell us where you live? And he was like, honestly, I'm homeless. And we were like, well, Eric, why didn't you tell us? Like, we got a fourplex. We don't even know what the hell we're going to do with it. So, we grew up being, where resources were not available all the time. So we know how to do Medicaid applications. We know how to do food stamps. We know how to go and get a dollar phone. So we put them in the house, and we're like, you don't have to pay us any rent, but you're not going to use drugs here. And that's kind of how it all started. We have the House of Transformations. We started, and then we ended up on the news, and it just blew up from there. Now we have 5 locations. We do case management, mental health counseling, prison intervention, mental health assessing. We do vocational trade schools. We have a school that we just started, and we just basically cleaning the streets that we grew up on. And now I'm here in Washington, and I'm like there's such a lack. The pandemic is not just the COVID pandemic. It's a pandemic of services and resources, and having these things available to us that are less fortunate. I was trying to help a caregiver get certified for her HCA, and in order for her to work, she has to pay $500 for a certificate. And I'm like, what the hell? That's so ass backwards. Why would we make it hard for people trying to look for work and then tell them go, pay for it? We're depending on the government to pay us. That's not how it's supposed to go. So I'm in the process of becoming a community instructor so that I can provide free classes to people, because it just doesn't seem fair. These people are trying to look for work, they're trying to get certified, and then you want to tell them $500. So I've been reaching out to a lot of people and organizations around Federal Way and Tacoma and in Seattle. I'm really new here, so I don't really know a lot of people, but my sister saw your guys' thing on Facebook and she's just tagged me. She was like, just sit in it and see if it's something that you need to be in. And I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to be in there, but sitting in here, I know I'm supposed to be here. So I'm really excited to be here. Thank you guys for sharing all of your stories. And yeah, so that's a little bit about us.
I am so excited that you interacted with me and responded. Yeah. Thank you so much. That was powerful. But also tell me, y'all heard that we have a request. So new here, right? I'm trying to figure out how I can get certified. I'm going to get certified. I can provide free classes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's a need there, so I'm going to address it. But also, this is an opportunity to drop some emails in the chat so we're a family of networkers around here. So somebody knows something. So we're still going to be able to do that. But thank you. So you have a family here. We are networkers. We are relations. We have relational capital. Okay, we bank on that. So let's make sure that we reach out and connect so we can get you the support that you need to be able to move forward with that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over at this point to my sister Carol, and then she's going to talk about the roles to prepare us into our next part of our advocacy day. It's on you, Carol. Take it away.
Thank you, Michelle. And thank you to all the powerful speakers. I also want to call in Amber Letchworth from I Did the Time. We're going to kind of tag team a little part of this. But yeah, so many powerful speakers. So glad to be here. I'm going to share my screen and go over the roles that we play and just talk a little bit about the session today. And so let me share my screen. Amber, are you in here too?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, there's Amber. Okay. Let me share my screen and we'll just we're going to share some of our legislative priorities, talk about the roles, talk a little bit about talking with our legislators. So hold on one second here. Oops. Okay. Can you guys see my screen? Can you see the start of the slideshow?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks weird on my screen, so I couldn't tell. So yes, welcome everybody to System Impacted Advocacy Day. Civil Survival's been, and I Did the Time, have been doing this for a couple of years, and I'm super excited at that image in the lower right-hand corner, because it really does take all of us. And so I'm really excited at all the different organizations that joined. I'm hoping, I miss seeing everybody in person, and I'm hoping that we get to do that again in 2023, because it's very powerful. And hold on, I've got a puppy here that's wants some attention. Okay, so I'm going to ask for people to just kind of drop in the chat, but why do we advocate for legislation? Also, if anybody wants to shout anything out too.
It works.
It works, okay.
They're waiting for us to comment.
And I can't see the chat, so if there's anything in the chat, can somebody shout those out?
When people say the change, we can be part of the change.
Yeah.
I think myself is, well, telling people what we want.
Right.
To be visible.
Absolutely.
There's so many different intersections in community, and I think a lot, especially in the BIPOC community, we've really been looking into, hey, these laws are racist as fuck. So,
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So, I think. Okay. So yeah, so we got a kind of a list on here that there's definitely, and I feel like we heard this from Senator Nguyen this morning too, that there's a disconnect between lawmakers and constituents. We deserve to have our voices heard. We need to have a seat at the table. Really, we need our own table. And there's power in our stories. We've heard several stories today. It's important that we're sharing our stories. I think oftentimes those of us with a criminal background, I know myself, it took me a good 10 years to be able to talk more about my story because there's the shame that I carried around. And, you know, these are not just affecting us as individuals, right? These are affecting our families, the kids, it's affecting generations. Amber, do you want to add any to that?
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, so much. Thank you, Civil Survival, for all the heavy lifting that you guys, do for this, and all, all the PowerPoints, all of the hard work that you guys goes into compiling all this information so that we can continue to grow our advocacy and, and continue to reach people who, may have just been forwarded the link and don't really know much about us, welcome everyone. I just wanted to say, I've heard a lot of themes and everything that everyone's talking about, and that's, and I think that we advocate, so that we can build community, so that we can build off of that experience where society has ripped us down, and I think that when we get out, we have so much shame and like you're describing, Kelly, and we've heard it in so many people's stories, and we don't even have our sense of who we are, let alone, who our community is. And yeah, I guess that's why we continue to show up and continue to advocate is just continue to grow the community and make one more person walk out of here today feeling welcomed. So that's all I wanted to say.
Great, thank you. This was in the last slide too, but we just want to, this is Glenn Martin. We often share this quote, which is those that are closest to the problem are closest to the solution, but furthest from the resources. And a lot of people often add furthest from the resources and power. I think it's important to add onto that quote. So I'm going to go, we are a little bit behind, so we're going to kind of go through this a little bit quick, but you guys should have gotten an email with some legislative priorities, and I can pull that up. There were other bills that we were fighting for. We're a little bit late in the session right now. This is a short session. It's only 60 days. And so several bills have actually already died, unfortunately. So some of the bills that we're lifting up, and I know other organizations have some other bills as well, and want to be able to call attention to those as well. But I'll just go over these really quickly. Again, there's more information in the handouts that were in your emails. But 1412 is around legal financial obligations. It does bring some relief around restitution for those who have an inability to pay. It also gets rid of the last of the mandatory fees, which was the victim penalty assessment, which is $500, and the DNA fee, which is $100. The state is creating a fund for that so that people will no longer be charged there. There's a couple other things in there. The bill doesn't have everything that we wanted in it, so there's a lot more work to do. All of these bills, there's more work to do. I would say none of these bills are perfect. None of these bills have everything that we want. But, listening to Jermaine's story, we got to keep working. We got to keep chipping away at this stuff. I also added to this slide the sponsors of the bill, because you're going to be talking with your legislators and we're going to talk about the roles that you're playing. But if your legislator sponsored one of these bills, you probably don't need to educate them on what the bill is. You can thank them for their support and ask them, what can you do as a constituent to help get this bill over the finish line? So just kind of wanted to add the sponsor's name onto those. 1818 is promoting successful reentry. This one would expand housing vouchers from 3 months to 6 months and make them eligible to anybody who is at risk for releasing into homelessness. And it also gets rid of all supervision fees. So this is an important bill. The Community Reinvestment Act is taking money from the revenues that the state has been taking in from cannabis sales, and doing a reinvestment into that. And there's, I want to say, it's on my sheet, I don't have it memorized, but there's about $25 million that's going to go to reentry issues, and 12 and another, some of it's going into legal assistance, to be able to vacate records, help people with legal financial obligations. This money will be going to community organizations. And then there's another 12.5 million. And now for some reason, I can't memorize how that was split up, but it's on our sheet. I do have on here the Housing Justice Act, and unfortunately this bill is not moving forward this year, but I know for sure that this bill is going to come back or I'm pretty confident that this bill is going to come back in 2023. So if you are talking with the representative, and you want to bring this one up, we can thank those who did sponsor it, and let them know that we, want their support next year on that. I'm gonna wait to talk about, I think, other bills until we finish the rest of the PowerPoint, and then see if there are some other bills that people want to lift up, because I know there's several of them out there. Okay, Amber, do you want to start off on kind of the roles here and you guys have these practicing the roles with your legislators. You guys have this in your email, but we broke it down here.
Yeah, so, meeting with your legislators, as it says, can be pretty intimidating, but we have to remember that they're people too. These guys are our neighbors, especially, your kids go to their kids' schools, or maybe, you just have to be, you have to really kind of, humble yourself, or just remember that they're people too. And try not to be so nervous, but if you are, name it, hey, I'm really nervous, to be here, but I want to tell you, about some of my issues that are really important to me. So, starting the meeting off with introductions, you want to introduce yourself, as a constituent, and then, anyone else in your group. If you represent an organization, do that. Most staff ask for, any of our documents up front, but we went ahead, Kelly and the team got those, our legislative priorities out, but you still want to make sure that you kind of have a, maybe some talking points. Bullet points are really helpful, if you have a specific bill that you want to touch on, and well, I guess I'll just go on from there. We'll wait for the next slide, but anything else, Kelly?
No.
Okay. Did you want me to read the example?
No, we'll jump to the next one.
Yeah, I went through it. Okay.
So it can be really, so you're going to want to name your issue. You're not going to have a lot of time when you're talking to your legislators. So you could say, and you're going to want to be concise. So I might say something like, hello, Senator Nguyen, I'm here to talk today to talk about legal financial obligations. This is an important issue to our community because carrying these debt loads of carrying around this debt over forever is really holding our community down. It doesn't allow people to move on with their lives, to get housing, their paychecks are being garnished. We really need to find some relief here. And then sharing a personal story about it. So this issue is important to me because I have legal financial obligations, and it's held me back in being able to move forward with my life, to be able to access transportation, access housing. If I were to be able to receive some relief from this debt, I might be able to, actually get housing on my own. And I've had to do roommate situations or just rent a room here and there, or, I've been homeless. I may have been able to avoid homelessness had I been able to deal with my financial obligations. Let's go to the next one for Amber.
Yeah, and don't forget to make your ask, right? We frequently overlook this, you know, and for me personally, I started by saying I urge you to support this, and so now, I close every meeting, with, hey, I really appreciate you taking the time to hear our stories. Can we count on your support when the bill comes before you, for a vote? And I'm very direct, and I think that's effective. Keep up the pressure, let's see, be prepared. What are we saying here? Have a plan to turn yes into a champion. Yes, so frequently, we already know some of the counter arguments, and some of it's just political rhetoric, right? And hopefully we'll get a chance to do our demo, but there are some legislators that just kind of sing the same tune, and so if you can anticipate that and like kind of turn that into a yes and find a common ground. Yeah. You want to say anything else, Kelly?
Just so, some of the kind of points on towards the bottom of there is, how are you going to work to, especially if they already support it, how are you going to elevate this issue if they're undecided? What other information can I get you that would help you get to a yes? And then just reemphasizing how important those points are. Yeah. We'll just do really quickly. I'm going to make an ask to Senator Letchworth here. Senator Letchworth, hi, my name is Kelly Olson, and I am a member of your district. And I'm here today to talk to you about House Bill 1818, which would expand the housing vouchers from 3 months to 6 months and also get rid of supervision costs. Housing is one of the most important things that people need to have a successful reentry. And also getting rid of supervision fees would really set people up for success. There are so many, it's so hard to get employment straight out of incarceration, and trying to pay those additional fees is really, really difficult. And could I count on your support for this bill?
Thank you, Kelly, for your time. I'd love to read some more information about your bill.
Great. I have this one pager here, and yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to pass that off to my legislative aide. Okay, Kelly. I think you made a good argument, and I'd say that I'm a little undecided, but I really appreciate you telling me your story, and I think I'm moving towards a yes.
Okay, so what do you think it would take to get you to a yes? Would some more information help?
Yeah, I'm just curious how DOC it intends to recover the funding that it's going to lose from this. So I think, do you have that information?
I don't have it right here, but let me do some checking on that and I'll get that to you.
Awesome. Go ahead and here's my personal email and just send it over as soon as you get it. And I would love to be prepared to vote on this and support you in your community.
Great. Thank you for your time today.
Yeah.
That was a very fast example. Kind of gives you an idea. So what we want to do right now, and one of the reasons why we asked, and let's see. So in just a second, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we're going to go into breakout rooms. And you're going to go into breakout rooms with people who are in your district. That's why we asked for you to put your numbers on there. So as an example, I'm in the 24th district. What we want you to do when you get with your group is to just kind of introduce yourselves to each other. Kind of decide you're only going to have 10 to 15 minutes with your legislator or with their legislative aide. So decide as a group. It's helpful to have somebody kind of take the lead. How do you want to introduce the group? Is there a particular issue you want to call attention to? Who's going to share your story? If there's only 1 or 2 of you, that's very easy. If there's 7 or 8 of you from the same district, you're not all going to be able to share your stories. Who's going to make the ask? And it's helpful to take some notes so that if you do need to follow up with them, you know what you need to follow up with, as well as when you come back after your meetings, we're going to ask people to kind of share out what their legislators had to share so that we know what kind of action as a group we might want to take. Let's see, what else do we have on here? It's important to be on time. Corey has an Excel spreadsheet, and we can probably share that screen in a second so that everybody has an opportunity to see it. It was in your email. You want to make sure that you're on time. Think about your talking points. Communication is key. And okay, let me stop sharing my screen.
I'll just add to that. Some groups may only have one person in your group. If you're new to this, you're welcome to pop back out into the main room and ask me or anybody else questions. If you've done this before and you don't need to practice or don't have any questions, you've got till 12 o'clock to take a break. We'll all be coming back at 12 o'clock. Well, I guess the breakout rooms will end at 12 o'clock, but we have a 10-minute break after that. And then we'll have a few more speakers. But some folks do have legislator meetings during that time. So I put the find your meeting link in the chat, and I'll do that again. Anything else from anybody before we send everybody to breakout rooms? All right.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add on to that, yeah, with the public hearing tomorrow for 1169, just urging everyone to sign in pro, because there is a misinformation campaign going on now to urging people to sign in con. And now in the last like 2 days, hundreds of people have signed in con due to our lovely Jenny Graham. And this is one of the only resentencing bills that's still alive. And it's the one that has hope to it. So if it does not affect you or any of your loved ones, it affects a lot of people. And so 1169 is definitely one of the bills that you could urge anyone to sign in and attend the public hearing. It'd be much appreciated.
Can you give me an example of sentencing enhancements?
Yeah, and so sentencing enhancements, I'll give you a personal story. So this affects my husband, but I have someone else. So a sentencing enhancement, say if a firearm is even present in a crime for a Class A felony, it adds an on top 5 years. And then say a Class B felony adds 3 years. As the law stands now, if you committed both of those, they can actually get stacked on top of each other. So even if a gun was involved, didn't even have to use it, they get an extra 8 years on top of that. That's just an example.
And so this bill would unstack it?
No, it doesn't necessarily. All this does is it gives the judges discretion to be able to decide. So it doesn't eliminate enhancements, because flat out they are necessary in some crimes. But this gives the judge the ability to either run them concurrently or to even not to choose one or the other. And so this happens. So say if someone goes and robs someone and like shoots a gun and it harmed, even if they just shot and it harmed them, 50 people, they can get stacked enhancements to make a 15-year charge turn into a 100-year sentence. So I personally know someone who had a possession, don't condemn, drugs, but nonetheless, he had possession of meth and heroin, and he was found, he was stopped in his car, and he was found to have 2 guns in a lockbox in his vehicle. For each drug possession, he got 2 enhancements on top of each other. So 2 guns turned into 4 enhancements. 9 years were for the drugs. He got 20 years on top of that just for having 2 firearms in his possession in a lockbox in his vehicle.
Thank you.
Yes.
The same with one of our members. We have
I'm sorry,
Stan's
I
brother.
have to interrupt.
Yeah.
Everybody's stepping on Deaunte's time, speaking.
Oh yeah, sorry, keep going.
Sure.
Patrick, can I come back to you after Deaunte, please? All right. Deaunte, are you there?
Actually, can you go to Patrick just for a second? I'm sorry. I'm Zoom camera off, not ready. Just give me like 3 minutes and I'll be ready. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Patrick, I see your hand.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent example. An individual received, I believe it was 37 years. Someone else's firearm was in their vehicle. And he was in the vehicle. No crime had been committed. They were pulled over at a random traffic stop. And the individual received like 30 years. I think it was 31 and some change or something ridiculous like that. No crime in evidence. The owner of the firearm came to court and testified that it was his firearm in his vehicle, and that the probationer was unaware that the firearm was in the vehicle. And yes, that was the consequence of all that. So yeah, it's an ugly business. I'll go ahead and mute now.
Thank you for sharing that story, Patrick. Megan, did you want to share your story real quick? Okay, going to Deaunte. And you're muted if you're speaking.
Oh, I was not muted. But hello, everyone. My name's Deaunte Damper. I am the chair of Black Lives Matter Seattle King County. Just to give you a brief history of BLM, we've gotten started in this organization in 2018, founded by Sakara Removes, Livio and Ebony Miranda, the former chair. Over the past 4 years in this time, not only have we been doing advocacy work, but our advocacy work actually had one of the biggest marches of Seattle's time. I believe that was almost 10,000 people out here marching off of the racial unrest, not only here, but was impacted by George Floyd. This year, last year alone, I started as the chair of Black Lives Matter Seattle King County. And I must say it has been an experience. I think above all else, I know I spoke about it a little bit before, but the opioid task force that we've started partner with Vocal Wah. And I think it's just one of the things of like, I can talk about the advocacy work that we do, but when I think about BLM, we're more than just a damn hashtag. We're over, as I was stating before, like we're over these grants that dance around some of our issues about inclusivity. Last year, we worked on the Referendum 90 bill, which was bringing more awareness for our youth in the areas of education, HIV education, HIV awareness, just to name a few. I could be more long-winded, y'all, but it's already been a long day today. But feel free to email me at any time, Deaunte at seattleblacklives.org. In the meantime, you just stay encouraged. I had so much to say when my face wasn't sharp, but I'm a little tongue-tied right now, so excuse me, but thank you for having me.
We appreciate you and thanks for being here. Let's see, next we have speakers from I Did the Time. Kurtis and Amber. Kurtis or Amber and or?
Hey, I'm here. And so is Amber.
All right.
All right, hello everyone. I'm sorry, go ahead, Gordy, what?
Oh, turning it over to you.
Okay. Yeah, Kurtis Robinson. I serve as executive director for I Did the Time and Revive Center for Returning Citizens. We have definitely been highly engaged in advocacy and restorative reentry solutions, as well as restorative perspectives for our justice-involved populations over here in Eastern Washington since at least about 2013, I believe, 2012, 2013. I've been executive director for a couple of years now. We're really trying to make sure that, we do things such as one of our great and longstanding partners, Civil Survival is, so well represents, especially in their managing this important space, carrying the load for it like they have, which is that, healthy collaboration amongst our organizations and, our community, our justice involved populations. So for me, myself, what I really want to focus on are just a couple of things. What does it take to actually get this work done? Right? What is it, not just organizationally, not just structurally, but what does it do to us as justice involved individuals who have definitely been, for whatever reason, we got justice involved, which normally means some length of trauma. And for many of us, an extensive length of trauma, such as in my case, a lifetime of it up until my justice involvement. And then, then the trauma that and the weight and the responsibility to actually move forward and trying to do something meaningful about the issues of the stereotyping and stigmatization, the ostracization, the just the harm that have been caused to so many sections of our human population by this whole criminal justice issue that's manifested here in the United States since its inception, right? So what does it take to actually do this work in a healthy way? And so we can talk about that, and we can go ahead and pull some pieces out and discuss that, and many of us have over the years. But what I want to point to is the example that Civil Survival sets, right? As they have set it in this, as they have set in this space, as they have set in years of organizational outpouring and capacity bearing in this work up to this date. And so, lead by example is what I want to say. And so for me, our partnership with Civil Survival has represented that. It's also represented how to actually collaborate in it. And when I want to be mindful of this, it's not perfect, but it's perfectly imperfect, right? So, we all are in process in this work, right? Some of the stuff that comes up for us is sometimes, like not only the secondary trauma, but the internal trauma, and then the trauma that's occurred by dealing with legislation and laws and WACs and systems and police, and all this kind of stuff. All of the thing, DOC all the way around is also re-traumatizing to us. And so being very mindful and very intentional about processing that in the healthiest way we can manage, which doesn't look like perfection according to the system that we've been trained by and have been harmed by. It's got to be a different mind and a different perspective, and something that encapsulates and incorporates a whole host of new processes that many of us are not very adept at working through because we've not been exposed to that here in this American system to date. And so one of the things I love about working with Civil Survival, Rep Simmons, Corey, Kelly, and so many others over the years, right, is that we understand that about each other. We try to work through it. We try to work through it in a way that is humanizing, but yet truthful, right? And then we also have many growing partnerships that we've been working with over the years. Freedom Project East, so many others, right? So just really wanted to take a minute and kind of highlight that. A couple of things that I think are some of the challenges with us as we're trying to get this work done and dealing with what it takes to get this work done is the importance of what I just alluded to, right? Is making sure that we're doing our own work. Right? Because we could come in and we could point the finger at legislators, and we can point the finger at these issues, and we can point the finger at the DOC, and we're right? And we're justified. But are we also making sure, because if you heard that old 12-step saying, as you're pointing one finger out, you've got at least 3 or 4 pointing back, right? So what are we doing internally to make sure that we're processing in a healthy way, learning to process stuff in a healthy way that we haven't necessarily been exposed to, we haven't had the opportunity to get a lot of work done in, but we're understanding that as we're doing this work, we're also being invited to do a work in us. And one of the sayings that I've had to incorporate, just to keep it simple for somebody like me, is as I'm doing the work around me, it's inviting to do a work in me, and being very intentional about that. The other thing is that as we're doing this work, one of the things that I've seen come up time and time again has been this issue of, making sure that we're striving to be truthful and restorative, yet
yet make sure that we have a level of accountability, right? So restorative accountability is how I frame it. Doesn't mean we're not telling the truth. It doesn't mean that we're not holding people accountable. It doesn't mean that we're not doing public facing mirror stuff, right? Where we're showing the reflection about what this stuff looks like. It doesn't mean that we're not talking about the impact, but it does mean that we're not trying to use the same punitive aspects and punitive processes that we have suffered under. Right. So in essence, for me, that switches to, be the change that I want to see, because I don't want anybody to have to be treated the way that I was treated in the criminal justice system or our people. Right. But yet we also have to put a stop to the fact that this is happening. So how do we actually manage that? And I don't have all the answers for that, but I just have a couple of clues, and some of those clues I've already laid down. One of those things too is that, we have to move into this undiscovered territory as human family, making sure that we're being restorative, yet accountable with the system, and making sure that we're being restorative with each other, right? Because we are all learning how to do this new thing, and it's a new thing for the United States. It's something that's never happened before, and we're on the cusp of making sure that starts to manifest itself in a very real and sustainable, process-changing way here in Eastern Washington. And it's organizations like Civil Survival, like I Did the Time, like Freedom Project East, and so many others. And please forgive me if I'm not rolling out your name, because just, there's a lot of names. Credible Messengers, so many. As we're moving into doing this work in a restorative way, we've got to make sure that we're not taking our stuff out on each other. And when we do, we own it. Go, hey, that was a mistake. I'm sorry. I want to strive to do better, because that way, and I'll kind of try to sew it up with this, because you can't give what you don't have. Right? You can't fix what you won't face. And if we've been traumatized, we've been punitized, we've been harmed by this criminal justice system, we have to own that and know that that's baked into people like us. It's embedded in my personality, and I've got to do everything I can to mitigate that so that I can hopefully have some meaningful engagement in creating the change, not only by being the change that I want to see, but making sure that I'm actually able to live long enough to actually see the change and know that I did something meaningful and sustainable about that from my perspective. So it's that internal, external work. I hope that makes sense to you all. I think that's about all I got. I think you all have done a great job here today for what I've been able to see. There's so much work to happen. I'm not going to try to ramble on any more than I already have. I do want to give the floor over to our legislative Amber. What is your title?
We do legal liaison. That incorporates the civil legal aid clinic as well as the the legislative work that we do. And in the interest of time, everybody, I'm going to be short. I want to respect our Rep Tarra Simmons that's going to be coming on in about 30 seconds. Just wanted to say, everything that Kurtis said, and so much more. I view today not only as coming together as community, but just as a celebration of so many organizations. 10 years ago when I came into this work, or 8.5 or whatever, this wasn't a thing, and so it's just beautiful seeing everyone grow and everyone doing a little bit of work a little bit differently and put a spin on it. And I'm just grateful to be here. And I'm going to put an info email in the chat. If anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to us. And I'll turn it back over to Kelly. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that, Amber. And as we go ahead and kick it back to Civil Survival and Rep Simmons, one thing I want to say is that, we have to start all of these conversations out with race. Let me be very clear about this from my perspective. The conversation doesn't end with race. It must start with race, because when we start with race and we follow the trail from there, we reverse engineer from there, we stand a chance at getting to some of the real human issues that add so much fuel to something that in its own basic examination is a made up concept. So we have to really ask ourselves, how did race get so much traction in our human population across all cultural spectrums? Right? So we start there, we don't end there. Thank you very much, my people.
All right, thank you. Let's see, I'm not sure if we have Representative Simmons here yet, do we? If you are, can you take your camera, turn your camera on and... All right, Michelle, you want to fill a few minutes? Rep. Simmons is often late.
Corey, I have something really quick. A lot of you on here already know about this, but on Monday evenings, we hold a directly impacted legislative caucus meeting where we talk about all of these bills. We're actually going to cancel tonight just because we've been on Zoom all day and talking about legislative stuff. So I'm going to send out an email because several of you are already here. But if you want to get added to that list, I'm going to put my email in the chat. Again, we meet every Monday during session. It's a group that is fairly new. We started in 2021 and we're still kind of figuring out what we're doing. We do it with, I did the time too. Oh, here comes Rep. Simmons. But anyways, we want to build that group. We want we educate people on the legislative process. We walk people through the website. We look at the videos of testimony, all kinds of stuff. So anyways, we'd love to have you all join us.
I just want to make a quick announcement. If you're in the 3rd district, please join your legislative meeting. If you are in the 3rd district, please join your legislative meeting. They are waiting for you. Thank you.
All right. Michelle, you want to introduce our next fabulous guest?
Yes. Oh my goodness. It doesn't get old, y'all. It does not get old. So our next speaker is gonna be, everybody knows, I can't call her my friend. I can, but that is my sister. I mean, like, man, Rep. Simmons, I'm gonna tell y'all this. And Corey. If it was not for Rep. Simmons and Corey, my stage and my platform would look totally different. It would look totally different. Just hearing her story, just the passion that she has about this work, about directly impacted folks. I mean, when we had nothing, when we just started out as little tiny, we had nothing. It was myself and friend Ardell who was marching around trying to get folks registered to vote, and just seeing where under your leadership, Rep. Simmons, just seeing where we come from then 7 years ago to today. Thank you. You are valued. You are appreciated. My heart is with you each and every day. We are family, to where I can come to your house, buy garage sale stuff, eat food. We can do it all with Rep. Simmons. I mean, when we say family, we are truly a family. She has shown up as family and representing us in each and every capacity as a loving family member would. So we thank you, Representative Simmons, for showing up and loving on us on this day and taking time out of your day to be with us and break us off some words of wisdom. So thank you for being here, and I'm going to turn it over to our one and only ED and state representative, that is Rep. Simmons. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. I love you so much. And I am so glad to be in this space right now. I tell you, this work is really hard to be the only person in the legislature who has survived the criminal legal system, which we know is severely racist and riddled with inequities. And I'm fighting some real hard battles right now in the fight for our civil rights. And it's really hard to be a one and only. So first, I want to say, this session has been a lot. I'm really glad to see you all. I really, really am. You give me strength to keep fighting. And if I didn't have community with all of you, I wouldn't be able to keep it up. I've spent the weekend with community on Zoom, but still, because I'm going through some really hard times right now. And, racism and mass incarceration and the new Jim Crow is rearing its ugly head right now around a particular bill. And I'll talk about it in a minute, but I want to start by saying some of the good things. Today, we released the operating budget. Last year, when I got here, the state had never invested in reentry services for our community-based organizations. I got a $5 million budget proviso last year. This year, working with the governor's office and Representative Morgan, we're getting $125 million a year into our communities for reentry-based organizations, for violence interruption, for post-conviction and civil legal aid, for reentry to help us get our rights back, which is great. And so the budget just got released. I'm really excited about that. You know, my LFO bill, I think it's going to pass this year. It's in the Senate. I stakeholdered the crap out of that bill and worked and brought everyone along, got money in the budget to replace the victim penalty assessment. And what that means is that poor people will no longer have any court fines and fees unless you owe restitution to an individual victim, not a state agency, not a business, but an individual named victim, restitution only. No more DNA collection fee, no more funding the victim services, no more, none of that. So we are literally almost at the edge of abolishing fines and fees in our state. And I'm so excited. I hope 1412 gets through. I also have a bill around housing vouchers, making sure that folks, everyone, regardless, has 6 months of housing when you come out of prison. We know that housing instability and insecurity is, you know, what keeps us in the underground economy and keeps us from being successful. And so everyone should have 6 months of housing when they come out of prison to get a chance to get under their feet and find employment and reconnect and all of that. So that is going through, and in that bill also has provisions to abolish the DOC fees that they pay. They charge us to pay our own probation officer, community custody, for interstate compact fees, all these things, all gone, DOC fees gone. So that's 1818. I'm doing other things, you know, like for my district and in the healthcare space and fighting for investments for my district and my community. But my community allows me to come here and then also do this work that nobody else has been paying attention to because it wasn't a priority for them, because they didn't have the lived experience of, you know, the trauma to prison pipeline and the barriers that we face when we come out. I am sad a couple of my bills died. You know, one was around looking at mental health in sentencing and allowing judges to give a mitigated sentence downwards if a person has a mental health condition. That did not make it through. And my other one was dealing with vacating your criminal record and restoring civil rights. And so that didn't make it through. The one I'm having, and then broadly speaking, you know, we've had a really tough year getting anything significant through for sentencing reform. I mean, it's always been a challenge because of the narrative, right, that people hold in their mind about who incarcerated people are. But we do have 1169, which is the sentencing enhancements. And the way that our sentencing laws have worked is we've stacked the enhancements and they run consecutively instead of concurrently. And this has led to a very disproportionately number of Black men being sentenced to decades in prison by stacking these sentences on top of the underlying offense, and then stacking a firearm, and literally getting like 60 years. And so it's very much, you know, a racial equity issue, the way our sentencing laws are done in Washington State. And I am hopeful 1169 will pass this session. There's a lot of other bills that were good that have not made it through, that have died already. It's a short session. It's also, you know, our political climate has changed a lot from last session. Last session I came in, I was a freshman, I was so excited. We did so much. It was historic. I mean, we had the right conditions, you know, Democratic majority, you know, George Floyd in that tragic loss, but the national uprising for Black Lives Matter. We had, you know, a surplus in the revenue. We had so much that we were able to like really make significant historical changes. And that's how we passed, you know, 13 police reform bills, right? But unfortunately, this session, in the interim, you know, the blowback has been significant, because when we go a little, you know, maybe what some people say too far, but I'm like, that's still not far enough. But then there's always, you know, a pushback, right? So we're kind of weathering that storm right now of the pushback. And my thing is to try, really my entire session has been around minimizing harm, trying to stop bad stuff from happening, trying to, when bad things are happening, trying to at least hold on and like make it a little bit better, because my caucus isn't even with me sometimes because they don't have my lived experience and they don't understand anti-racism as a lens all the time, right? So right now we're working on a bill that is making it harder for people with criminal records to restore your firearm rights, okay? And for, you know, this is a political issue because guns generally is a divisive issue between Democrats and Republicans. And I'm for sensible gun control. I'm for if it applies to all people. But when you pick on criminalized people, in my experience, you are picking on a disproportionate number of Black and brown people because of the disparities already in the criminal legal system, right? So when my caucus is saying we care about racial equity, and we're gonna look at all of our policies through a racial equity lens, then we don't need to build upon the system of mass incarceration, which we know came from slavery and came from, and you know, lots of poor white people have been impacted too. It's not really about race, but if we say that we care about racial equity, then building upon the system of mass incarceration is not going to be fair or just, because so many disparities, Black people, Indigenous people, Latino people, like, and a lot of poor white people too. It's about race and class. And that is who has been victimized in the criminal legal system. If you are wealthy and white, you have a better chance if you're guilty than if you are Black and poor in the criminal legal system, right? When we go, we can't afford attorneys, right? If we're poor, we can't afford attorneys, right? We can't provide a proper defense. So why are we building upon the system? And then, so to make it harder for us to re-enter on the back end, it doesn't make any sense either. We carry those collateral consequences with us the rest of our lives, as many of you know, right? In our employment, in our professional licenses, in our you know, family relationships, in housing, right? And firearms too, right? And it's not about guns, but I sat with criminalized survivors this weekend and I heard stories of how not having that civil right doesn't impact them because they want a gun. It impacts them because their father is dying and has dementia and has 8 guns in his house, and they can't go over there and get them and take them out of his house, right? It matters because you can't go live with your grandpa because your grandpa has 3 shelves of rifles and you can't live with him because you don't have your civil rights. It matters because if you're Indigenous and hunting is a real important sacred right of yours, but Indigenous people are overly criminalized and now they can't get their rights back, it's impacting their culture and moving and passing that culture down to their other generations. So for me, it's not about guns at all. It is about civil rights. And I am very upset that people from our own caucus are doing this at a time where we know that mass incarceration is rife with inequities and we care about racial equity. So I am hot about it. I'm trying to minimize the harm. I think we might be able to get this bill in a place to where it's only going to apply to people with domestic violence convictions. But I still think that even people that have domestic violence convictions, there's a lot of circumstances that go into getting a domestic violence conviction. We have the data. We know, again, that if you have means, you get out of that. If you don't, and we've seen so many women of color get that label because they were the victim. And so, like I said, I sat with criminalized survivors this weekend and really heard their stories, and I'm trying my best, but I don't have much power as being the one and only person in the legislature who brings this perspective. And that's why your voices matter. And that's why we need community. We need community to organize and get behind these bills and to share your stories about why things are wrong. You know, neither party shares my experience completely. So what do I do? But I keep trying and I keep reaching out to all of you. And I'm so thankful for all of you who have my back here and that answer those calls to action and engage and share your stories, because that's the only way we'll ever get things through or stop bad things from happening. And as long as I have communication with you all and you're with me and we're doing this together, we're going to become more powerful, and we are going to finally one day have full restoration of our civil rights and no longer be sending people to prison, you know, for outrageous amounts of time. I mean, I hope that we have a day where we don't need prisons, right? And I know what that's going to take to make that happen. I know we're going to need to invest in community. We're going to make sure everybody has healthcare and support and mental health and connection and opportunity and jobs and affordable housing. And so I'm working on all those things too, right? But you're my people. I'm so grateful for you. And let me stop and just, you know, answer any questions. And just thank you for being with me today and letting me be here.
Thank you. That's one thing that I know about my sister. Aspiring, inspiring, stunning, alluring, truth teller, game changer, making moves, shake buildings, good trouble, all that. So we are in good hands, y'all. We are in good hands. I may have, actually, I have, I know Rap gotta get to some other stuff, but we love you. And thank you for this. We are behind you. We are an army. You have an army behind you. So thank you. And I may have time for about 2 questions for Rep. Simmons if anybody has any. I can see a hands up, or if you just want to go ahead and pause for a moment and then unmute yourself.
I have one.
All right.
Yeah.
There we
Hi.
go.
Hi, Rep. Simmons. Laura Van Tosh. My hat is always off to you, so that's sort of on a permanent basis. But you made me wonder when you said it's a short session and all of these bills happen and they're many of them time consuming, but do you wonder whether or not there should be limits on how many bills get introduced, since some of the better ones get drowned out? And there's just so much that only so many people can manage over a 60-day period?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that the House has had a 7-bill limit, because for me, I want to do everything. I want to change the world. And so when advocates come to me and ask me to drop a bill, I can say, oh, I had a 7-bill limit. Sorry. I mean, it plays both ways, right? But I do think it is, even 7 bills is a lot for people to carry. And so, yeah, I think there should be a limit. And in the House, we've had a limit the last 2 sessions. And I think it has, you know, you might want to stop and not introduce something until you have it more fully baked. And unfortunately, this year, I'm seeing a lot of things that are not fully baked coming over from the Senate and, you know, blowing up in civil rights and judiciary. And like, there was no stakeholdering done. There was no, you know, I don't understand. I like to do stakeholdering and talk with impacted people. Before yeah. So,
well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And let's see, I see Brother Ezra.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Representative Simmons. This is my second time actually having a real conversation with you. I think one of the things that I'm really interested in as a person who has an impact in all types of, you know, the criminal justice, the mental health, the society, this child welfare system, and getting to the point where I am today, I have a lot of information that I can provide, but I think a lot of times what I keep seeing the problem is the word of discretionary, the word that plays, and then there's other ways of people saying that, okay, well, if it's not discretion, then they can find other ways to say it's discretion, but it's not discretion. And my other frustration with testimonies and whatnot is that a lot of people are letting other like members to be able to speak rather than the people who are affected. And is there any kind of conversations that you have, or do you have any advice as to how we can, or I guess myself, to be able to strongly be heard, because I feel like sometimes when I speak, I don't feel like I'm being heard.
Yeah, that's great. That is the problem I'm seeing too, is that people that have power know how to work the process, and they have a lobbyist, and the lobbyist knows all of the legislators, and they become the trusted source, right? And I'm finding it difficult that even amongst colleagues that I respect, they go to the trusted lobbyist instead of to community to ask for, to educate them about an issue, right? And you know, for me, that helps because I kind of know who, I don't know, the trusted lobbyist is for each community, but I want to sit with community too. So I guess the way, you know, is you have to take time to develop relationships with your legislators and get to know them, especially in the interim, if you want to become that trusted community source for them, and spend time with them and ask for meetings. If you're in the 37th, you have Kirsten Harris-Talley, who's freaking amazing, right? So meet with Kirsten during interim, get to know Kirsten, and then like develop that relationship to where you become the trusted source. Yeah.
Thank you.
Vidal, Blaze.
Wait.
Hey, I'm here.
Blaze, pardon me, hold on real quick. Rep Simmons, you just blew my whole little thing. Thank you. But I love you.
Sorry.
I love Blaze, but I was gonna
I'm gonna support what Michelle got going on. She got me scheduled to speak, so I'm gonna reserve the time for somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna Rep Simmons, you have two more before we have our guest speaker.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead, like, again, so everybody, we love you, but remember, the same way we practice when we're talking to our elected officials, you got 2 minutes or less to spit it out.
Yeah.
But we can get it on, right? We do value your time, we want to get that back here. So with that being said, I'm gonna go move on to Mark, and then I have TK after Mark. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, this is Mark Thompson. I'm from the 31st District, and I have a newbie question. What's your position on giving legislation that restores judicial discretion? Is that a good thing to have judges using judicial discretion, or should the legislature be dictating more things, mandatory minimums, for example?
Oh yeah, no mandatory minimums. No way. But you know, the judicial discretion is something I'm battling with right now, right? So right now, for example, in this firearm rights restoration process, once you serve your period of time in the community without any further crimes and you pay the fee, like there is no judicial discretion, right? So it makes it easier to get that done technically when you don't have a lawyer. If we inserted judicial discretion in that process, right, then you have to go through a contested hearing. Prosecutor can object and say, no, I don't think that they should have their firearm rights restored because of XYZ, right? So judicial discretion there would be bad, actually, right? Because then it would cost more money. It would make more time for poor people to have to go to court to prepare for a hearing. You would need a lawyer more, you know. I think that is not good. Now, so it depends like where we put the judicial discretion. I'm for creating a more restorative process, and also I do think judges should have more discretion in sentencing, for example, and they don't. They have guidelines that really firm guidelines they have to sentence within, and so I am for giving judges more discretion on sentencing. Yeah, but you have to be careful because judicial discretion can be rife with racism.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Who's the power? PK, you're next.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Representative Simmons, my question is a little bit of a different tack. Do you think that the recent briefings regarding mass movements of the white supremacist element to certain states, do you think that that might have some bearing on why the whole move towards equity has taken a back seat to some of the more hostile policies? I noticed some of the centers for national security studies, they're identifying individuals and groups that are coalescing in some of these states. Whether Washington is a state, I mean, only you would know, or someone who's receiving these kinds of briefings. Do you think that has something to do with why all of a sudden all of these government officials are setting aside the concern with equity and moving towards this old school language of no tolerance policy?
Yeah, this is how my session started, PK. I introduced a bill regarding racial equity in drive-by shootings and aggravated murder. I received death threats from white nationalists across the nation because Fox News got a hold of that. This is how my session started. I introduced that bill on December 23rd, went on a vacation with my kids on Christmas Eve, December 24th. I was in Mexico and receiving death threats that they were going to kill me, my kids, hang us. I was receiving them from all over the nation because of Tucker Carlson and Fox News. These people who are fighting, the alt-right, who are showing up at our school boards, threatening school board directors around critical race theory, threatening me for promoting racial equity in our sentencing laws. They're scary. And I ended up, having to install more cameras in my house. I just spent $5,800 to get security stuff done in my home, because they not only found me, but they found my legislative assistant, they found my day job assistant, and started sending them both personal Facebook messages targeted towards me and my children, right? Because of me introducing that bill. And here I am, I'm a single woman, right? And have 2 Black children and a Black Lives Matter sign in my yard. And I don't know if they can find me, but I did internet. I also had to hire a security consultant for the internet to get my address deleted off the internet, because they are real. And so I got a white nationalist specialist who ran the person's name through the database. They have 1 million people that are tied to this movement. And they're scaring elected officials. They're scaring election workers. There is a true threat on our democracy. I don't think I'm crazy. I don't think it's conspiracy. I think it's real that they are doing this to stop racial equity. And I do fear that we might have a civil war at some point if we can't calm this down. But that does play into their narrative and their media, and all of that rushing at legislators does cause fear. Fear for our personal safety, and fear for, to keep moving, right? If we're moving too fast.
Okay. So the second part of that, right? And of course, I can understand you being in the position that you're in. Obviously, there is a comprehensive movement to target you and those who are like-minded. To the degree that we could actually lose any progress that has been gained. And indeed, the shadow of civil war is being motivated by these movements. Do you think it would be best to for groups such as Civil Survival and others to simply prepare these underserved populations for what is inevitable? Because they've made it clear, just as they did prior to the war between the North and South, before they began their movements, they made it clear what their intentions were. For us to pretend as if those intentions are not legitimate, when you have people going into synagogues and churches all over this country and slaughtering men, women, and children. Do you think that representatives such as yourself, and I appreciate your candor, do you think that representatives such as yourself should take a greater role in simply preparing our populations? Because this is what I found.
Hey, Patrick, can we?
I gotta go. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Really off topic.
My apologies. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. I don't know about preparing people for civil war. That's really beyond my pay grade, but I do want to say I believe that this stuff is real. We are in a fight for racial equity, for civil rights. Our population, people that have been criminalized, are part of that, and I love you all. And I'm so glad you have my back and I have yours, and we're going to keep up the fight. So
love you back, Rep. Simmons.
All right. Well, I got to run to my 1 o'clock.
And I think that's why it's so important. Just, I mean, at the end of the day, to be real with you, it's just PK, is that we don't get ready. Okay, so I just want to say that we don't get ready. We stay ready.
Yeah.
That means educating yourself and knowing, you know, if we have these conversations amongst ourselves and if we doing it like this, then people ain't gonna know what to attack. We one step ahead of the game. So that's why it's important that folks get educated about this work that we're doing. So thank you. Thank you, Representative. With that being said, that's all the questions that I have that is available to Representative. We do have Representative. We do have a special guest that is our brother, our friend. So we're going to start that part off with a question from our brother. So we have our brother Vidal, also known as Blaze, from our Seattle Tennessee. So, Brother Blaze, take it away.
Peace. So my questions first. You said
I think we just lost Rep. Simmons.
Oh, okay, we lost it. All right, so y'all ready for me to just go?
Yes, thank you.
All right, peace, everybody. You know, I was born Vidal, Lee Carter Vincent. You know, my beloved community knows me best as Blaze. I was just released from prison 42 days ago. I was resentenced under the Blake, but also Houston Sconnors, as I was a juvenile trial as an adult. Brother Jermaine's story is similar to my story. And a lot of our brothers and sisters who spoke today spoke about a lot of issues that was within my heart that I was passionate about, that I don't necessarily have to comment on, but simply show up and be a part of this solidarity. What I would like to talk about today, I'd be remiss, is particularly with the legislative session and all these progressive resentencing reform bills that were introduced in the 2021 session and 22 session that ultimately died and didn't get out of committee on the floor. You know, it's very disappointing. The little that I know about the legislative process is I do understand that the Democrats have a majority in the House and the Senate, and they lead these committees. And they're able to get over any type of amendments from these Republicans to at least get these bills to the floor for debate and for actual vote to see who's really who's who. So terribly on behalf of myself and my brothers and sisters inside and my community, you know, we feel highly frustrated and disappointed. And we feel like the movement with 2020, with George Floyd and all the blood that was spilled, with Black lives that was lost in the street and the protesting, we kind of feel like these bills were pandered to us and they were paraded in front of us to quell the actual systemic issues that are life and death for us. And so I'm not simply here to just simply criticize the legislature. We want to collaborate with the legislature and give them as much support as we can to get these bills that were introduced and was sponsored by our leadership in our community and people that speak and hear us to get you the support necessary by the community to really get these bills passed. Because these bills will liberate people the second the ink's dry in some instances. So I have to start with that. But I really want to devote, my last few minutes just towards resentencing and reentry. So just a little bit about my story. I was a juvenile trial as an adult at 17. I was originally sentenced to 30 years. I had some drug possessions. The Blake decision ultimately got me back to court. I was scheduled to go back to court for taking my youth into consideration, as Jermaine was talking about. I originally filed the issue in 2017. It took me all the way until January 7th, 2021 or 2022 to get me and my brother, who's my co-defendant, back to resentencing. Ultimately, us sharing our rehabilitation and the community support and the advocacy that I've been collaborating with, the judge resentenced me and my brother to immediate release, no community custody. And these particular bills, 1169 with the gun enhancement one that's still alive, that we need everybody to support. That bill has the potential to knock decades out individual sentences. And it's not just a free get out of jail card like these Republicans are propagandizing. It's an opportunity for us to show our story, to show our humanity, to show our rehabilitation, to show the opportunity for resentencing. You don't just get out. We still have to show it, and we have to show the community support and the resources. And just like with raising the age 1344, we're raising the age to the juvenile board. Just like with 1413, the juvenile points that disproportionately affected BIPOC communities as a youth and used those points to enhance and increase sentences. Just like 1282, the third on bill that Tarra Simmons has sponsored that would give people the opportunity based on their rehabilitation to get more sooner than later. 5122 to raise the age on juveniles, etc. All these particular bills and even 5036, that expands clemency. All these bills provided an opportunity for individuals to show their story and show their rehabilitation and show the community support for them to get released more sooner than later and get from under these determinate sentences that was created in the 80s, as my brothers and sisters discussed about the war on crime, the bogus super predator theory, and all that other nonsense that they perpetuated with the pseudoscience to put these bills into law. And so I would say, that's what this resentencing advocacy is about. And even though these bills died in this session, I'm committed to being in solidarity with my brothers and sisters to continue on with the fight for next session and the session after that and the session after that until we really get these bills passed. And I want to end my last part with reentry. Reentry is highly important. I've been fortunate enough to be part of this network, to be part of this community, to grow inside the prison, and then ultimately becoming a facilitator to the Black Prisoners Caucus Stafford Creek chapter, along with my other brothers who was there before me, who seen things in me as a young person and created a safe space for me to grow and thrive and be the man that I am today, and to be able to be led, but also lead. Right? It was a community effort. And not only with my brothers inside, but my brothers and sisters, particularly my sisters, the majority that would come inside to support our efforts. Right? And reentry, it takes all of us. And there's no justice without reentry. Because what happens is a lot of this crime and so-called crime and these issues stem from poverty and lack of resources. And so when you deal with individuals who became incarcerated due to lack of resources in combination with historical trauma and historical abuse that was unresolved with the youth and the behavioral health issues that was mentioned by my brothers and sisters earlier, that wasn't addressed. And then we do this time, and then we get out and lack the very resources that we needed that caused us in the first place, that causes the recidivism rate loop. And so what Civil Survival does, what Freedom Project does, what all the other organizations that does within our network is we're getting those resources, we're impacted, we're leading from the front, and we're getting those resources because we know what it needed for us to get out. I've been out for 42 days. And because I was in the network, them sleeping on giving me my ID, I just got my ID last week. Right, my bank account was frozen with my check. I don't have a social security card. All these particular reentry issues, but I'm the resentencing and reentry navigator at the Seattle Clemency Project. So with the support that I had, even though that I had these issues, we're working around the clock to remedy these issues so that those who don't have the support in the network immediately when they get out, like me, will be able to have these things, because these things create an incredible hardship for those of us who are not fortunate to have all these resources available to us. And so there's no justice without reentry, and there's no reentry without reform. And it's going to take legislation to resource our reentry. For all of us who's coming back, Blake got us coming back. Amingo Cornelio got us coming back. These bills that we're going to pass in the future got us coming back. And so it's going to be very important that we resource reentry. And so, yeah, again, my name is Blaze. Again, I'm a volunteer for the Freedom Project. I'm also a resentencing and reentry navigator for the Seattle Clemency Project. And I'm also a key contributor to Kids Are Kids, which is a community-based organization in which we strive to abolish decline and auto-decline, the very laws that they use to oppress me and others. And I sign off with that. And I thank you all for your time and listening, and peace.
My brother, always, just a blessing to be in community with you, in collaboration, always bringing the truth. We appreciate you, family. So, Brother Blaze, drop your email in the chat for me, and then my sis Kels has her hand up. So go ahead, Kels.
Thank you, Michelle. Blaze just had me thinking about this. I want to also remind everybody, one thing, last 2021, we got the right to vote back for anybody who's on community custody. And we need to not only organize around legislation, but we need to organize about who is in power. Every single one of these representatives is up for election this year. Every single prosecutor is up for election this year. And I don't know the full number of senators, but we can be doing candidate forums. Civil survival is nonpartisan, so we cannot support candidates per se, but I know on a personal level, I could be doing a lot more about who is in power, and I would love to be in community with all of you. I'm tired of fighting with these same people that are in power. Let's get them on out of there. And, what can we do as a community? Because we're beating our head against the wall. It's been made, that point's been made a couple times here, that the Democrats have had power and that these bills are not getting passed. So I just kind of want to call attention to that real quick.
And I want to add on something real quick. I went to the Department of License, and when I got my license, I was registered on the spot. So the legislation that was created through civil survival for us to get our voting rights restored, I'm eligible to vote. And please believe, like you said, like she said, they're up for re-election. And unless our leadership understands that we're not just going to go along to get along, and we're not just going to simply accept them saying that they support these issues and not following through with the power that they have as legislatures. Yeah. So it's very important that we absolutely get out the vote and, use this franchise that we got restored. So I'm definitely part of that work, and I look forward to us doing that after this session all the way up until the election. So thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, brother. Let me just do a really quick check. I know I got a couple hands raised up here. Do a really quick check. Do we have anybody that needs to be back at any meetings? Just double checking. Any district meetings, anything like that?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to pop off.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to check, because I think we have some folks that got district meetings.
So,
Okay.
yeah, if I may, so I just kind of wanted to emphasize, this is the thing that what you all are nailing, and this is the game, right? This is what they've done with us, is they marginalize us, they traumatize us, or they traumatize us and they marginalize us, and they penalize us for being traumatized and marginalized. And guess what? Then they also take away our ability to vote, right? So our ability to vote is critical. We have here in Washington State, and thank you for bringing that up again, Kelly, and I'm sure it's probably come up in the space again, but this is what they've been afraid of. They have not wanted us to vote because they know that we see through what they've done. And they are terrified of us coming together in any kind of organized fashion, and let alone any kind of healthy fashion, and holding them accountable, right? That's what's on the table. Our vote matters. Your votes matter. We have to get mobilized and get it moving forward. And I know we're talking about this amongst our circles, but one of the things I'm bringing that up real quick, and then I'm going to duck out, is that because in the sessions that we're doing motivational interviewing, trauma-informed ACEs, implicit bias, cultural competency, a history of race in America and the criminal justice system, and we're paying our justice-involved populations to take them. That's what needs to happen, and more of that. We've got another session coming up April 4th through the 9th over here in Eastern Washington. Look us up, it'll be posted. But I wanted to preface that because in that session, what came up this last time, it's come up indirectly a couple of times. It came up this last time directly. My vote doesn't matter. Why should I care? Right? And I talked to this and we unpacked that in the space for a minute because that's exactly what they want us to think. That's exactly why they did all this to us. And even though they're like this little carrot of, well, okay, well, here's your vote back now, they still, that internal programming of our vote doesn't matter, is still playing out in us. And we have to challenge that within ourselves. We have to challenge that with each other. And then we have to mobilize and move that forward because that's the last thing they want. And that's the first thing we must do.
Come on, brother Kurtis. Come on, y'all. Y'all get motivated now. I see this energy. Y'all get fired up. That's what I'm talking about. Bring the heat, cause the good trouble. So again, like I just mentioned, I know some folks got to hop off to go to their meeting. So go ahead and do that if you need to. But so for those who do not, then I want to move on to our friend, our family member, Daryl. Go ahead, my friend.
I just wanted to share this because it kind of blows my mind. When the bill that Rep. Simmons was just talking about for the drive-by enhancements came up, I think it was Brandy Cruz posted something about it, and everyone just jumped on the hate wagon. And so I'm independent, so I can argue either side of the story. When I was able to get people to one-on-one talk to me about this bill, when no one read past the word racial equity. That's it. Because just their understanding or whatever preconceived notions they have about it, when I was able to get into like just the facts of the bill, literally like 80% of the people changed their mind. And it blew my mind that no one even read the bill. It was just, they actually supported the bill. It was just the, I guess, politicized environment that we're in, that it was like those two words is all it took to get people to just say, no, that's it. And it's like, it just blows my mind because like you can't just not put that word in there, but having that word in there just instantly just gets rid of everybody over here. And it's just, I don't know, it just blows my mind. It's just, I hate to just call it stupid, but yeah, I just thought it was worth, it's crazy.
Yeah, totally get it. I know, like sometimes, like even just, you know, we get it all the time, civil survival. So we get the good, the bad, the hate, right? Because of the work that we do. So, but that's neither here or there. But it's sometimes, you know what I realize is like, even when the news and it's stuff, media, you know, the media is like they put fear in the sentences, right? The keywords that they use, if you look in between all the keywords, I mean, all the words they use, there's the word fear buried in there that people snatch out of it. They haven't hidden, right? It's like underlying. So that's that thing. So thank you, Daryl. I know that we had a kudos. So while other folks are still at their meetings and coming back, I just want to take a couple minutes just that if you heard something that was enlightening, uplifting, encouraging to you, and you know who that individual was, please show your kudos.
Yeah. Hey, this is Adam from Skagit County, District 40, I guess. I was all by myself in the thing, and I was like, oh no, because I was not prepared. I did not realize that y'all were gonna have us face to face with people today. I thought that I was gonna come here and learn a whole bunch and hear a whole bunch, but nope. So Mark stepped up and volunteered to go at it with me because his representatives canceled on him altogether. So between the two of us, I think we had a really meaningful conversation with our Skagit representatives. And I really appreciated him being there, not only for moral support, but my internet crapped out on me twice or maybe even 3 times during the meeting, and just kicked me out. And so luckily he was there to fill the gaps and keep them talking. And when I came back, it sounded like good things were being said. So Mark, kudos for your help. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Big thumbs up, I can see.
Awesome, Adam. Thank you for the space and the graciousness that you've shown to Mark. Mark is appreciated. Mark, be on it. Mark is like our assistant without him even knowing it. So thank you, Mark. Mark is on top of it. I kid you not. We appreciate you, Mark.
I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. That one piece, the thing that I shared in the chat, the one pager, I think you call them one pagers. That was very good.
Thank you.
I was reading, I had that on my screen.
Yay. I love it. You know, kudos to our team. This isn't easy work, right? We get the backlash and everything, and I just work with I'm honored to work with some courageous folks that are just behind the scenes on a lot of this work, right? It's our responsibility, like myself and Kelly, it's our responsibility to know what's going on, to stay updated, to be connected, right? But there's a lot of work that goes behind our planning, and just getting the information, even us doing our own research, right? And how we're able to advocate and then finding the gaps in services and things like that. So I just want to give kudos to the amazing Civil Survival Project team that I work with. And even just as a game changer leader, and most of the times, like even the main facilitator, if it was not for the support of our team, then I would be like completely lost half the time, because sometimes I step in when it's like showtime, right? But that's what I mentioned earlier. I was like, I don't get ready, I stay ready. So again, to Kelly and to Rep. Simmons and to Corey, y'all are valued, y'all are appreciated. Thank you for the time, the research, the effort that you put into kicking these off for us. It's all love, it's all, man, you guys are amazing, and I couldn't pick any other team that I'd rather be on this battlefield with, so thank you. Kel, I know you got something. I know you got something for us. I know you do.
Yeah, I put it in the chat earlier, but I did want to call attention again to 1169, and I might just share my screen here just to kind of show you. There does seem to be a campaign having people sign in con against this bill. When I looked up the numbers earlier, there were 949 people that have signed in to have their position noted for the record. Out of that, 530 people are signed in con. So I'd like to just kind of, since we have a few minutes here, share my screen and kind of walk us through the process of how do you just sign in and have your position noted for the record. So hold on just a second. I'm going to share my screen. Again, the 1169 is the stacking bill. So can everybody see my screen? Okay. So one of the easiest ways that I find to be able to get to the area where you can sign in for the record is to first of all look up the bill. This one's 1169. Again, this is the sentencing enhancements. Then I'm going to come down and see when the next hearing is, because you need to know the committee that the hearing is going to be in, and you need to know what day. So this tells me that it's the Senate Committee Law and Justice, and it's 10:30, it's February 22nd. So, and I'll put a link in the chat to the direct link so you don't have to go through these steps. But then I scroll down to the very bottom and I say participate in committee hearings. And it's going to bring me to this page over here to the right, participate in committee hearings. And you can either sign up to testify, submit written testimony, or get your position noted for the record. So I'm going to click on that one. And actually any of those three that you click is going to bring you to the same page. So again, the reason why I looked up to see what committee it was in is I need to know, was it in the House? Was it in the Senate? Where was it? So it was the Senate. And now it's going to ask me which committee. If you remember, it was Law and Justice. And then I'm going to come over here to the meetings and it's going to give me my choices. So there was one today at 9:30, but I want to look at the one for tomorrow at 10:30. And you can see there's two bills that are going to be having a public hearing tomorrow. Sentencing enhancements is the one that I'm interested in. And then once again, you select which one of these do you want to do. Do you want to testify? Do you want to have your position noted for the record? Or do you want to submit written testimony? And then I also want to just call attention to this little button down here. See who has signed in. So let's just take a look and see who's going to testify and who's had their position noted for the record. Okay, so at the top here, we have people who are testifying. So Sarah, who's on our call today, has already said that she's signed in. She's signing in pro. We see the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chief are testifying against this. No big surprise there. We have a person signing in against this. Quite a few con people signing in to testify against this. So I would not all of these people are going to be able to testify, but if you want to sign in to testify against it, I highly recommend it. And then down here, you have people who are not testifying, but are having their position noted for the record, and it all goes on there. I like to jump to the last page so I can see how many people are signed in. And as you can see, when I looked at this earlier, it was 9:49. It's now at 9:74. So people are actively signing into this bill right now. I also sort by pro or con. So, and that's how I got my number. So I don't have to do the math because that's not my strong suit. So you can see all these people here are signed in con. So I'm going to kind of jump forward until I get to the end of the cons. You can see a lot of people are signed in con. Keep going until I get to the end of them. So let's see, 531. So only one more person has signed in con since I took these notes earlier today when we were talking about it. Now I'm going to resort it because I could do the math, but again, I'm kind of lazy. So I'm just going to resort it and see where we are with pro. So we have 442. So that's pretty good. It went from 418 to 442 for pro. But as you can see, it's 50%, more than 50% of the people are signed in against that bill right now. So I'm going to close this out and then I'm going to put a link in the chat. Well, actually, I'll walk you through it first. So I would like my position noted for the legislative record. All you have to do is click on it. I have an account, so it has my information saved in there. You don't have to save it in there, but you want to select pro, con, or other so that you can have your position noted for the record. And you just have to fill in. You don't even have to give your street address, but you do have to give a city, state, zip, and telephone number. And this goes into the public record. You click that you're not a robot, you have it submitted, and your position will be noted for the record. So I am going to copy this, stop screen sharing for a second.
Thank you, Kels, for bringing that up and walking us through that for folks who may have not known how to navigate that before. So thank you for that visual. I was kind of excited when you spoke because, how we are, and that's the cool part about being who we are in the community, that we share this information daily, especially in our household, folks, friends that we live with, that we work with. So I was kind of excited to see that my uncle signed in, my cousin signed in. I have an amazing family support system in this work. So it was really cool. I was like, oh gosh, I see my family members that just signed in. So that was super cool. So that's what it's about, man. Just tagging in everybody who supports this work that we do, right? We together we all win. We're redeemed. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes yeah, it goes like that. But yeah. Ezra, you want to talk about what went on in your meeting?
I think that it was very helpful to talk to legislative aides about what information we could gather from their expertise in the bills and what's going on, and answering some of the questions that we had. I think that one of the things that I was really interested in is about hoping that we can discuss more about what other alternative methods we could do to ensure that people with convictions and post convictions can get start to look at life by discussing with other members who doesn't really talk so much about expungements and whatnot in the state of Washington. I think that's one of the biggest things that I've always been a huge support on, but you know, it's just, I think it was very productive, at least, to hear what they could do for what invitation, at least, to be able to continue on with our conversation and spreading our information and our interest and our frustrations. I think that is just one step to allow us to hear our voice and our frustration to the people that actually has the power to make those differences. I think that was really helpful.
Thank you for sharing. And that's absolutely what it's about. It's about, you know, using your voice.
Ezra, I wanted to ask you, was you able to share with the rest of the group what she said about the LFOs and the House bill for the LFOs and the House bill for our housing?
I think maybe you could share that better.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't want to repeat if you already.
I don't think I did. I'm sorry.
Oh, I did bring up about the House Bill 1412 and the House Bill, what is the other one that Laura brought up for housing? It slips my mind real.
The 2017, that it's already died for this session, but.
Oh, okay. Well, she said she voted. She was telling us she had got behind those bills, so she did vote for those two bills. And she also said that she'll be at the town hall meeting tonight at 6:30. So we can bring those questions again forward. And so I said, okay, because I was explaining to her some of the problems we're having with reentry for the organization I work for, Arms Around You. We're having those issues with people finding homeless. We're finding them homeless. We can't house them. There's so many coming every day. I'm off today, thank God, but Tuesday to Friday, I'm working, trying to find men and women, and now women with their children. So I got 3 women, 2's homeless with 3 children. 1's now homeless and she has 2 children and she's pregnant. So we're putting them in motel vouchers. That funding is about to run out. So I said, if we can't get this passed, because they're directly impacted women. So a lot of them are directly impacted, formerly incarcerated. So they're having issues getting housing. While we're getting them emergency housing vouchers, they have to wait. It's a process. So this service we're providing for them, it's going to take time for them to get into permanent housing. So they do have an emergency voucher now, but they don't get it like in a week. You know, it takes time to find them a place, where they're going to go, if that's going to be okay, for the paperwork to be processed. So just by, like I gave her example, by us having LFOs, having to pay Department of Corrections, that is taking a toll. And it's very hurtful to see people suffering that don't have jobs, that are homeless, trying to pay these fees or go to jail or be violated. So I was just sharing with her what my daily work schedule is like. And we need these LFO bills to be passed. They need to be pushed through. We need this to be written in law, and so we can move forward. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Because like I told her, even myself, I still pay LFOs, and it's a burden, and it's such a hardship that we're really suffering. How can we be successful in our community when we have to pay all of these fees, which we know we cannot afford? It's our rent first, not LFOs first. So I just shared about 2 of those things, and I was agreeing with Laura about the housing, and so hopefully we can bring that back again, which I know we will, and move forward on, trying to make this happen for our community.
Brother Jermaine, what you got for us? Bring it back.
Thank you, sis. I'm trying to be real careful about what I say, because I'm so close to this topic, these subject matters. So what I'll say is again, I think that this is the importance of systems change, right? I could say this in this environment, in this space, because we all kind of get it. We've been through it, or we love people who've been through it. We care about people who've been through it. So the system change piece is so important to me, even as I sit and I'm listening to Nancy talk about what she talks about. Thank you for your work too, Nancy. Big time. Nancy, I'm just voluntarily giving you a nickname. Ain't that something? I know you like that. Okay. And then I'm listening to, Mark talk about what he read,
the numbers and everything. And so what we know is obviously that numbers don't lie, but they can be manipulated, right? Numbers can definitely be manipulated, truly. And so what's interesting is that when we're talking about numbers, without digging deeper into this stuff, what'll happen is I'm going to use a specific thing for you, Mark, a very, very specific thing when we're talking about numbers. So I was fortunate to be involved in a plethora of programming while I was on the inside. And in one of the programs I was in, I learned that over, what was the number? I want to say that 67%. So we're talking about recidivism, and they were talking about how 67, and granted, this research was done back in 2014. So they were talking about how 67% of people who are labeled sexual offenders, if you will, or whatever, right, or sex offenders or what have you, recidivate is what they were talking about. 67%, they were saying recidivate, right? But then it was something interesting that you saw when you dug deeper into the numbers. One is the aggravated number, and two was the mitigated number. So 50% of that 67, right, were failure to register. And failure to register falls under the category of a newly committed sexual offense. That's an interesting thing there, but that's the way that it's structured, right? And then another number that wasn't taught it too much was that of those people, whether they were kids or adults, when their offenses were committed, that for a person who has actually gone through any type of cognitive behavioral therapy program or what have you, that less than 5% of the people reoffend, right? And that the only population, the only criminally convicted population who has a lesser recidivism number or rate than those people who have committed sexual related offenses are people who have committed murder, right? So it's interesting when we're talking about numbers, people throw these numbers out there and tout these numbers, but the reality is that numbers can be manipulated. And until you actually have context to understand how these numbers really work, if you understand categorically how these numbers are working, then you're empowered with the information. But for those people who are not, you know, obviously somebody who's running for office is going to pick the 67%. Those people who are advocating are going to pick less than 5% and all of that stuff. So again, that's not an attack on you, Mark, at all. It's just because you come from a family who has a history of legislating sentences and people's behavior and stuff like that. You may be more empowered than the average individual to have those conversations. So I hope that you end up getting gifted with some context. So when you're throwing them numbers out there, you have it together. No question.
Thank you.
All right, this is family talk. This is where we have these conversations. Who's next? Who got something for me?
All I was gonna do was pop off and say, ooh, what'd I miss?
Come on. Come on, Brother Kurtis. What you got for us?
Yeah, just said we just came out of a meeting with billing. That was kind of weird. It took a while for that one to fire off. So, just receive a lot of real talk, right? Like, sounds like what was going on here, that he does not have the perspective of a justice involved individual person of color that has a lifetime or whatever length of time, because obviously there's that history of stuff that led up to the justice involved event, and then the trauma that occurred while justice involved, right? Which is, that systemic stuff. Having that kind of real conversation with him happened, and it's been happening, happened just now in the space. Really naming that difference though, right? So that I'm not sure if I heard that correctly, but I will name this thing. And if it resonates, it resonates. If it doesn't, it doesn't, because it's still there. And that's the nuances of intersectionality, right? So the intersectional difference between, the common ground of justice involvement, and then the different layers of communities of color in justice involvement, right? And the impacts of justice involvement, because although we have similar layers of, hey, I was traumatized in my justice involvement, I was racialized in my justice involvement, I was brutalized in my justice involvement, all those key markers are those intersections. There's still a whole nother layer of this context that applies to communities of color that does not apply to our Caucasian counterparts that are still on those common layers in those common intersections of justice involvement. And we just need to all understand that quit circling around that thing and march forward with that, in the same way that when we're talking with our legislators, although they may be champions, you know, as I named with billing, hey, you're a white male, you know, you've got tons of power, right? And, you know, and you don't know what it's like to be me, and I don't know what it's like to be you, but we can have this conversation. We can, with that piece that says true communication has only been accomplished when understanding has been achieved, right? That we can have these real talk conversations and understand, just because I don't see it from your perspective doesn't mean your perspective is not valid, right? That we get to look at each other's perspective, and when we're able to do that and we do our own internal work and our invitations in that, then we can see dimensions about this problem and hopefully some solutions that we weren't necessarily privy to prior to that interaction and that conversation. Right. And so hopefully we keep moving forward in that context and in that fashion, understanding that, you know, none of us did this on purpose that I know of, created the systemic system, but all of us carry pieces to the solution. Right. And if we work on that, there ain't no stopping changing this thing. That's what I got. Is that okay?
Yes. I mean, that's the thing about, you know, that's so important about this work that we do, right? Like, some folks aren't experts in this field, but that's why we have you all, and that's why we have Brother Jermaine, and that's why we have all of y'all. That's why we have the Runas and the Lindsays and the Kellys and the Michelles and the Marks and the Nancys, because we have the lived experience, but yet we've all had to navigate this in some shape, fashion, or forms. And the PKs, we've had to navigate this ourselves, right? So that's why, and not only are we navigating this, but we have to educate ourselves, because, and that's why it's so important, because here's the thing, when you go to talk to elected officials, it's so important that you educate yourself, because guess what? You don't want nobody talking over your head. I got to lean in. Wait a minute. Oh, you say a word I don't know. Wait, hold on first. Yep, no, we're not doing it, right? So that's why it's so important to have those educating ourselves and one another, right? Sharing information out, right? And doing the research. Just because we need to be able to know what we're talking about. Ain't nobody gonna bop me on the head and be like, Michelle, what are you talking about? No, I'm gonna hit you with some facts. Okay? Yeah, that's what that is. Aruna, what do you have to share with us, brother? And Aruna, if you're talking, you're muted. So Aruna, he probably that's our brother, our family for years. So if he's anything like me, that means that I probably skipped off. I answered the phone. I went to the bathroom. I did some stuff, right? So we'll circle back to Aruna. Did anybody else attend a meeting that did not get to speak? There goes Sarah.
Hi, I just got done with mine. I almost feel like crying.
Oh,
it was actually, I was the only one in there, and they actually thought I was a lobbyist. And I was like, no, I was like, I'm just getting started. I was so nervous. Like, I just started with the directly impacted, like only a couple weeks. No, I guess it's been a couple months now. And it was just really cool to be able to talk to them. And like, they even said, reach out at any time and explain, you know, who I was and how my involvement, and even talking about a personal thing that my husband and I are starting. Well, COVID have kind of like shut it down, but we have a program in works called Recovery, Reentry, and Hope, and getting legislators on board to go into prison facilities to actually give them resources. And we have Washington Recovery Alliance on board to be able to actually get gentlemen or individuals like the ability to have resources to actually curb their addictions, because that is a huge thing in their mental health, to be able to have hope that when they get out, there are resources. And, you know, we got WeldWorks involved and all these organizations, but COVID has just shut them down. And they were actually like asking me questions, and it was really cool. And they just wanted to connect and get more resources and information. And I told them I was just getting started, and they said, I mean, maybe they were just trying to, you know, make me feel better about myself, but they would have no reason to. So it was really cool to just go in there and be nervous, but I even told them they're humans too, and I shouldn't be afraid of them. And who are elected officials but our neighbors and our friends? And they're like, one day you can be our peer. And I was like, yeah, that would be really cool.
Right.
I just wanted to share that.
Sorry to leave you, Sarah. I don't know if you saw my message before you left, but I had to stay here and let people in and out.
If anything, I'm glad I was by myself, because then I was like, no, I feel like I do better when no one's. I'm the kid that like never wanted my family to go to any of my games or recitals, because I'm like, I don't want my family to see me. And so it was really cool to just do that on my own. So actually, thank you, Kelly, for allowing me to do that. And I'm just so happy for this group to just grow my network and to just keep being a voice for not just my husband and my friends who are incarcerated, but anyone who doesn't have a voice, because they're still part of our community and they're eventually going to come home, and they should not be disregarded ever.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for saying that. That's so important. And thank you for just highlighting, Sarah, that folks need to know that our elected officials, like Sarah said, they're the neighbor, they're, the soccer mom, they're the individual that I may work with, right? I mean, once upon a time, I have stigmas, labels. Once upon a time, I was like, oh, okay. I thought elected officials were like rich. And I'm like, then when I would see them in person, I'm like, the bottom of his shoes is ran over. I'm like,
they're driving a Honda Civic. And
right. All those things. I'm like, no, they're humans just like us, but somebody decided to elect them into office. The same thing if we want to do the same thing.
Yeah. So in 4 years, Sarah Leon, vote for me.
Come on, you got it. Yes. Come on. Have you heard of Emerge?
What?
Have you heard of Emerge?
No.
You have not, or you have?
No. Are you saying Emerge or
Emerge?
No.
Oh man, we gotta get you connected with Emerge. So Emerge, Sarah did. Kel, did you go?
No, I'm familiar. I know a lot of people who have.
Yeah, so
we can definitely get you connected, Sarah.
Go ahead. Can you tell? I have friends that graduated from Emerge, and I have friends who are elected officials who graduated from Emerge. And when I talk about their story, you can just think about the work they're doing. I get super emotional because it's amazing. So, Kels, can you share a little bit about Emerge?
Yeah, and I've not gone through the program either, but so I don't know that I'll do the best job, but essentially it's helping to get more women elected to the legislature. So it's I think it's a year-long process you go through as a cohort. And usually each cohort is sponsored by a particular legislator. So like it might be Senator Claire Wilson's group or something like that, but it's, I don't know, maybe 10 to 20 women go through it. The woman who started it actually passed away last year. And so I'm not sure who the executive director is now, but it's all about getting women into positions of power and supporting them. And, there's a lot of behind the scenes helping them get money into their campaigns. And, some districts have more money and helping kind of disperse some of that funding and some of those resources that people need. And I put in the chat, but Sarah, one of the representatives in the 22nd district is stepping down. This is Dolan's last thing. So there's a seat open in your district.
Yes, come through. Sarah, step it up, step it up. You said we're gonna see you. Start now. We ain't gotta wait 4 years. Start now.
Yeah, because I don't know many reps who have a husband or a loved one or a spouse who's incarcerated, because like having someone inside who can actually, because like I'm part of the local family council, and it's like they say something and then it's like he's saying the exact opposite. And there's even been times I'm like, hey, blah 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 blah, my husband and his friends have said this. They pause and they're like, we don't believe so. And I'm like, you believe so? You either do or you don't. And they're like, no, we don't think this has happened. I'm like, well, they're saying something opposite. And I'm like, so you're saying all of them are lying? And they're like, yes.
Come on.
Yeah. So
they all can't be telling the same story.
Yeah. So I think we definitely need, I don't know, man. And that's why Tarra Simmons, I think, is a hero for a lot of people, because she herself has had that experience. But like, so I think we need more people to be that kind of Venn diagram of both worlds and meet with the middle ground, that there can be diplomacy to be able to talk and have reasonable discussions.
Absolutely.
Thank
Totally
you.
agreement. And I think that's why this work is like so important as well too, just as advocates, like what I mentioned when our brother Jermaine was speaking, and I mean just having, you know, his wife, you know, by his side the whole time advocating, you know, and so it just, you know, seeing just the work that she's doing now just by being an advocate and the helpmate to her husband, that her voice is powerful now because of her experience, right? And then sometimes like the husband voice on the inside, I learned from me on the inside, I may have been this great big old the trustee. I was the, you know, I was the coach, right? I was the I did coaching. I was man, what else I did? I had one of the highest paying jobs on the inside, right? And so with that being said, but yet now that when I got out into the real world, I was like, man, I'm none of those things I was on the inside, right? But the man, he was like, it's a wrap, it's over. You're none of that on the outside. So just having that voice while you're on the inside, and then somebody on the outside loves you enough to share the injustices of your story, that when you come out, you're prepared because somebody's been speaking on your behalf and they've been raising it up on your behalf. So that's why, like, you know, I'm saying like my sister Deaunte, you know, and just like even for you, Sarah, is just having some elected official who can say, my husband today is incarcerated.
Yeah, and then if it trickles down, and I've been seeing like, because if I'm a respected citizen, like I am, I do good in the world, people like me, and then if I'm a catch, and if I pick the man who's incarcerated, that says something about him, that he is worthy and worth it, and vice versa. Like when I went to WeldWorks Seattle a while ago, I mentioned I married Matt Leon. They're like, wait, you? They're like, you must be amazing if he married you. I'm like, yeah. So it works like with that mutual respect of that, and so it kind of, I can see that trickle down of just being able to like have that ability to like kind of represent your other half. I don't like that word other half, but your partner in that way. And so I just want to get it from both sides. So thank you.
That's how it should be. You know, you walk hand in hand on that situation. That's how it should be. I mean, it's like, you know, like I said, at certain moments, it's like we don't have that voice, right? So, but just it's powerful with other folks, you know, when they expect the unknown. Like I said, we come out like, well, okay, here we are, right? So that's amazing. Corbett, what you got for us? I see you.
I'm going to keep my camera off. I'm having connectivity issues. Appreciate that. I was just going to share, you know, I've built a relationship with my elected officials in my district. And, you know, when we were meeting with Christine Rolfs, or Senator Rolfs, a few minutes ago, you know, you often see that come through. And in fact, we kind of talked a little bit about, you know, the bill that would have taken our rights away as to around Blake to sue and get made whole. She's the chair for the committee that could or could not pass that through. And so, you know, I reached out and asked her, and she said, so is this, she basically was kind of short and was like, you know, they're in a hurry. So is the status quo better than this bill? And I said, yes. And that bill's not going through this session. And I'm not taking credit for that. It was a lot of other people's hard work. But it definitely helps when you build a relationship with your elected officials in your district. And you never know what committee they're going to be on.
Yeah. Quick question. And anybody can answer this.
Hey, everybody. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Aruna. Welcome back.
Oh, how's it going? Thank you.
Good.
Feels good to be back.
Thank you. Yes. Did you go to your meeting?
So the meeting went pretty well. I was with Joe Nguyen, and he's of the 34th district, which is White Center, which is cool. He spoke earlier and said he's from White Center, so I immediately had a connection with him because I'm born and raised in White Center also. So I was the only one that was there, and it was totally cool because I got to spend a little bit more direct time talking to him, and I spoke on behalf, of course, of the bills that we're standing behind, and I spoke on it was a 1344 I spoke for, but then I also I got to give him some of my personal narrative and said, you know, even though I'd been to jail like a bunch of times and such, and never had to go to prison where this bill would benefit me directly. I'm from the same area as you, and we've seen a lot of people from that area, White Center especially, that this bill, of course, would support, because these people, you know, people that we know didn't have strong family support or whatever it could be. But we know who they are, and they're the same people as us. And we really just got to, you know, see eye to eye on that. And of course, he was standing by it. And besides this bill, I got to speak about, you know, infrastructure, because I recently just moved back in. I'm renting a room in White Center, same area I grew up in. And it was nice because I was like, hey, there's a bunch of accidents that are happening right here on this corner. He was like, is there anything else you want to talk about? And I brought up that, and he was like, yeah, I know. You know, that's a county thing, but you know, send me a note and we'll see what we can do about it. So it was really nice to see that our voice and our community is much stronger seemingly than it is on like a national level. Of course, it's like this national politics, and it's really invigorating. It's nice to know that he's the center of this place that I was born and raised, and I know so well, and I'm gonna help to make it a little bit better.
I love it. Quick question. And again, you just unmute, right? We're in a space where we're having this conversation. I know that's right, brother Jermaine. How do we hold, so when we have our conversations with our elected officials, right, and we address, my brother Jermaine just said, we feel heard, or, you know, we make sure that they're participating in their active listening skills, and we converse with them. How, as us, as constituents, how do you hold your elected official accountable after you've had a conversation about your concerns? How do you hold them accountable? You had an ask when you went in their office, right? You didn't go there just to talk about freshwater fish.
Follow up with them.
Oh, okay. Okay. What does that mean? Follow up how?
Remember me?
Come on.
Like I just talked with Emily Randall's assistant, and they're gonna hear from me again, like guaranteed. You know, I'll just keep plugging away until I get a yes or a no.
I say that because I met with Senator Karen Kaiser for my institution, my college. So I am the reentry director there, and I have some concerns and some things. And so we have what we call at the college a legislative breakfast, which means that we invite all of our elected officials from our district to come and have some, they put it on, the students, they cook eggs, they do everything, right? And so we're gonna, you know, break down some of these things over some breakfast. But Senator Kaiser, she told me, she said, Michelle, I got so much going on. I hear so much. I hear you want this as far as reentry, as far as that goes with reentry. And I was asking for some more funding, right? A little change. If you don't have the time to tell me where to go get it from, you can just, you know, have your LA just send me the info and I'll be more than happy to. But every time I saw Senator Kaiser, she sent me an email one day. She said, I haven't heard from you in a month or two. I said, Senator, I ain't forgot about you. I'm on top of all your buddies as well, not just you. I'm coming for all y'all. So you just gotta, you know, hold up for a minute. But I'm coming. Her and I had a conversation every 60 days for 2 years straight. I got what I wanted because I was holding her accountable. I was accountable for what I said and what my ask was. So I had to hold her accountable. And I got what I wanted in the end. So I think it's just really important. It's like that, you know, not only do we, you know, have that 2 minutes, obviously we showed up to testify for a reason, right? So don't just testify. Hold them accountable. Email every other week. I don't care if they get tired. I don't care. That's how they feel about it is not my problem. You was elected into this position for a reason. You gonna make sure you do it. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. I saw a hand. Where'd it go? Who's that? PK.
Yeah, so all of the above. And I think that it requires that we eliminate the presumption of good faith. You are a government official. You ask for a position of public trust. We are not, as the public, obligated to give your ass a job, first of all. So we need to retool the mechanism by which they are recalled. And I think, as with the citizens, if the public has lost confidence in you, just like when the police put handcuffs on you, we need a mechanism by which the US Marshals or some other authoritative body goes and actually puts hands on these people, physically remove them from office until the public has determined by either trial or error that you have adhered to your duty in maintaining the public trust, or that you are derelict in that duty. You know, we really, as the people, we really need mechanisms to enforce, to directly enforce our authority over these government officials. It does no good. It's detrimental to public safety to have people marching down the street with picket signs. It is detrimental to public confidence in the mechanism to, you know, the only way to institute change is voting once every 4 years or once every 6 years. We need to really be able to, you know, if we say it, you're going to pay for it. You see what I'm saying? So yes, all of the above, but with a more more vigorous means by which to deal with them directly. It's good that we do this, that we have these forums where we sit down and we talk about it, because each one teach one. The things that I don't know, I can learn from you. Holding them accountable means speaking truth to power in their face. The words of truth spoken to an unjust tyrant. When you have violated the public trust, when you have caused a lack of confidence in the systems that a democracy has regarding self-governance, you are a threat to the common good. You have to be dealt with. You have to be dealt with immediately. And so that would be my take on how to better verify the will of the people, the power of the people.
Am I hearing? So there's a couple of things. So I know for myself, as someone who spent 5 years in the federal penitentiary in Louisiana, that there's just a certain way I have to show up, right? I don't think it'll look good if I try to go physically removing anybody from anywhere. I think that'd be another 25, 30 sitting on my helmet, and I wouldn't do that. However, because I'm more valuable on the outside than I am on the inside. You understand me? So with that being said, this is where you come in, my brother. This is where you come in and say, you know what? There's a starting even. It also promotes self entrepreneurship, because I see you, brother, as starting a business that says, you know what? We need to have some type of committee, organization within our communities that says that this is the conversation we need to have around a review board of how folks need to be removed from their position. I'm just trying to, you know, enlighten you on that, but I know that's probably already spinning around in your head. But yes, and that's what it's about. There's so much work that needs to be done that we cannot do it all on our own. That's why we have partnerships. That's why we network. And that even now today, that's why we're seeing a lot more organizations coming out of this work that we do. Seattle Clemency, the Bell Relief, that's because we have these conversations and we saw needs and they organized, and here we are, bada bing, bada bam. So PK brother, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and get that pen and paper and start that blueprint there so we can move forward in these conversations. Indeed. Brother Kurtis, break it down for me.
I don't know if I could do all that, but I'll give you what I got. So, yeah, for me myself, I want to flag what Corey put up in the chat because that was immediately where, my mind went and because that happened in our space where we had more than once the representative assistants, wherever their title is, look up how that representative voted, right then and there. Not, hey, circle back to us, but right then and there. And some of them were willing to just do it. They were just like, oh, well, let me look and see how our rep voted on that. Boom, And so we can leverage space like that at least, to get to that nut piece, is what they're saying and really evaluating that is what they're saying. And I definitely heard you articulate this, Patrick, is what they're saying matching up with what they're doing. And then if there's a disconnect, then how do we leverage accountability? Right. And that accountability being how do we either sanction them or get them out of the way. Right. So and I'm a 500% a proponent of that. Right. And I think that's some of the question was like, how do we do that the way that this current system operates in a way that we have to work within its current structure to potentially dismantle how this current structure operates, right? And to really nuance that out. And I think part of the thing that's triggering for everybody in this is that because we've all had to survive living in it, we have some inundated identity levels that are built on the way that the system operates. So when we start dismantling this piece over here, it starts triggering our buy-in over here, right? And then we start acting out, right? Or something starts happening. Here's the thing about that piece right there is that's how they act, right? So the thing that really humanizes this whole issue for me, it doesn't excuse it because again, restorative accountability in my mindset doesn't turn around and use the same punitive dynamics upon those who I'm holding accountable as I was a recipient of. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to recreate that shit. But what I am trying to do is make sure that there's accountability that happens, which means, hey, you're still part of the human family. No, you don't get a badge and a gun and get the fuck out of the way. Right. And so, real talk like that. And excuse me for that. Yeah, I just remembered this is being recorded, but hey, this is who I am. So,
no apologies. We don't apologize in this space. No apologies.
All right.
Requested.
So, and again, I think it's that place of tension and that place of cognitive dissonance that's manifesting in so many of us is not absolutely all across the human American spectrum. And that's that, how do we move forward with that? Understanding that triggering dynamic is at play, understanding that for us to be the person that and the people that we need to be in the movement that needs to happen, that must happen, that to tease out those things that come from that are also, as much as there's embedded racism and capitalism and misogynism embedded in the Constitution, there's also some real powerful pieces that have never fully manifested on this planet yet. And those are being invited to come out. How do we catch that and how do we move that forward? I'm here to say that at least as far as I can see, that part of that internal, external work has got to happen. We have got to understand that there's a cognitive dissonance happening in all of us, that how they're acting, just because they're acting in that extreme way doesn't mean I don't act that way over here. Right? and to really own that as human family, and then to also be able to be restorative with ourselves, yet accountable, which means, hey, I'm going to stop doing that over here. And now as I'm speaking to this person over here about, and especially this high level person that needs to have higher levels of accountability and higher levels of transparency, not less, that they receive that, they get that, and that's implemented from the same humanizing platform that I myself have been able to give myself and demanded that I should have received based on my justice involved event. So in other words, to bring that back down to a little bit more channeled place, how do we be the change we need to see in this? Right? How do we hold them accountable yet not kick them off the human island? Right? How do we hold them accountable and restore their humanity and help them understand, hey, just because your cage is gilded doesn't mean you're not in a cage, because my cage sucked. Your cage is not any better. You just got a couple of more cushions in it, to understand that they're trapped in that as well. And that we move forward with that same kind of humanizing perspective, all the while understanding we're all going to have to dismantle some stuff in all of us as we're dismantling stuff in the system. And how do we have that platform of restorative accountability that everybody gets, right? Because everybody's human. And if we do that, I think we're going to stand a better chance at reaching that beloved community that's pointed to in the better parts of the Constitution. I think we can get there, right? But we're all going to have, and so, and I will shut up with that. I just really want to make sure that my soul is crying out to really express this. So forgive me for the latitude. And I forgive me for apologizing. So I'll just stop apologizing for apologizing. Okay. That the, we have to get there. We have to. My human family, my brothers and sisters in questioning, my human family, our future is at stake. Make no mistake. I have been out there in the environment. It is blowing up. Our seven generations, you can take that and split that 3 in front, 3 behind, or 7 behind and 7 in front. But the stake of our species, or the future of our species, is at stake. And we have to start first and foremost with the human being in here, so we can translate that to them. Because even though they think they know the right thing, if they knew the right thing, we wouldn't be here. So we have got to find a way to hold up those boundaries of accountability in a humanizing way, make sure that we're representing that as well, so that we can have that collective movement to shift to a different place. Because if we don't, I'm sorry, man, another 50, 60, 100 years of this nonsense, our kids are going to be in trouble, and our grandkids too, right? If we're not already there. It is that critical. And it starts with these issues surrounding justice involvement, the harms that we've received, the racial dynamics in that, starting out with race, but not stopping there, right? And then moving to that collective place where we have an understanding where now we view the way to collaborate with each other and to collaborate, not dominate this planet. And then maybe we can get onto something real important, like let's go out and play in the big sandbox of the universe. So instead of beating up on each other down here and destroying our very home. That's what I got.
Look, I got stuck. Listening to you, I was like, listening to you talk, I was stuck. Okay. I was like, stuck. Thank you, bro. You always enlighten us. Thank you. And that's what it's about first, right? Is that being reminded, even for me, just at first, my guy was like super angry. I'm like, you stole this from me, you stole that from me, right? I was super angry. But one thing that I did know, that I got better results when I treated the individual with dignity and like a human and with integrity, right?
Yes, the love, honor, dignity we deserve.
Come on. It's an inherent, as we say here at Civil Survival, it's an inherited birthright to be treated with the dignity, right? And so we can't, even though we may want to run around snatching domes, we may want to do that, but no, because we have to give what we're asking for. We want to be treated with dignity. We want to be treated with respect. We don't want to be labeled. We don't want to deal with stigmas. So the same energy that you're showing up with is the same energy and grace you got to give them. Brother Jermaine, question for you. How does it just having these conversations, right? What would it look like?
Real quick, sister,
What?
before you continue, real quick. You get deep with your questions. So listen, first of all, let me center myself. Let me do a quick breathing exercise. You sure you don't want to ask somebody else a light question and then come back to me so I can be ready?
It is light. Everybody can ask. Yes. Okay, I will.
Okay, because you get deep. And listen, I'm with it.
You, man. I love you.
I appreciate that, and I love that about you. But I want to give somebody else an opportunity to put their breath in the space, and then it gives me a chance to get centered. And now I know you're coming back to me in a minute.
Yes, thank you for
I
that.
appreciate that,
brother. Appreciate that indeed.
Can I chime in?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody, okay. So I wanted to get to the circumstances Kurtis was talking about, justice over and above the sickness to punish in the same way that I have suffered punishment, right? It's an important space to admit the harm without necessarily harming others. And so this is where I'm at, man. And I really don't know. There are mechanisms in place, so I mentioned the U.S. Marshals putting hands on people, you know what I'm saying? There's a system in place, okay? For example, I believe it was the sheriff of New Orleans, or the police chief of New Orleans, has been sitting on death row now for many, many moons. And their excuse for not executing him, I believe, is that, well, he's a former police chief. That man, he killed people. He was selling drugs. He was involved in all manner of criminal behavior. For example, how do we deal with that in a healing context? And because of the way I was raised, maybe, my interest is in preventing the harm. The problem with that is that it's difficult to say equity while at the same time saying that this individual gets to get away with this because they were a government official. And I to be honest with you, outside of the systems that already exist, I don't know how to handle that humanely, because ultimately what happens is he or she gets to get away with it because they were government officials. And this is the ugly part of it, because we cannot have an internal healing. We cannot have a socially dynamic healing without really dealing with what occurred. So for example, we train these people, we give them professional class training, we give them all the equipment they need to protect the public. You are not to be in fear for your own life. That's not why we hired you. We hired you to protect the public. We didn't hire these law enforcement officials to protect themselves. But because of the systems of oppression that we've built, we've become used to the presumption as a society that, it's what the lawyers say. He was in fear for his life. She was in fear for her life, and she's a government official with a gun. Hey, she has every right to kill whoever she has to kill to protect herself, when that is not the reason why this supposedly noble office exists. You weren't put in that office to protect yourself. You were put in that office to protect public safety, the dignity and peace of the society. And this is where, you know, this healing that Kurtis is talking about, it is almost as if it cannot occur without some form of realizing the humanity of those who were injured. You see what I'm saying? How do we verify the humanity of those who were injured if we don't have a mechanism for putting the clutches on those who, as public officials, with the public trust, have caused so much harm?
Thank you for that. With that being said, this is a great segue, because the question that I was going to ask Brother Jermaine, and I want Brother Jermaine to follow up with that. And so, if you heard what Brother PK said, Brother Jermaine, it sounds like, you know, we all experience trauma, right?
Yes.
At the hands of whoever, like the officials or whatever. So if you heard his story and his concerns when he's talking about the healing process, what tools do you think that we need to be able to incorporate the social restorative justice healing process for our community, which speaks to what PK said his experience was and what, you know, his thought process around how do we heal from this when you're talking about, you know, elected officials, government, you know, whoever have wronged. I know me, I'm from 7th Ward, New Orleans, so I would see the whole territory shooting at the police, and I just have to admit, now, if I was on that squad, I will protect myself at all costs, because I want to go home to my family.
Of course.
I have a duty, right? So with that being said, Brother Jermaine, can you give us some enlighten us on what will that healing process will look like when we're talking about using the social and restorative justice will? Because I would say this is that sometimes it's so long that even though we've been wronged by society or the criminal system, we sit in the mentality of being a victim of the system for too long.
Right.
We are not victims of the system, and how we turn that around is we become victorious over whatever it is they have laid in our path. So, brother, if you can just speak to that a little bit, I think that'll probably be able a good response to Brother PK.
Okay, absolutely. So thank you, sister, for giving me the time to take a few short breaths, but also for putting me in a position to be able to speak to this question. So I'll try to do it some justice. I've known PK for a very long time. That's my brother. Love him to death. Love him to death. We don't agree on everything, nor do we have to, but family rarely does. And his question, I think, was more directed toward Kurtis, because it was a direct response to what Kurtis had said. However, because Kurtis has to leave at 3, I'm not going to try to respond like Kurtis would respond. I'm going to respond like I would respond. So when we're talking about accountability, when we're talking about restorative justice, when we're talking about, as Kurtis was sharing about bringing people back into the human family piece, right? I think being honest with ourselves, before I say selves, before I make it plural, all inclusive, incorporating everyone, everything and everyone. I think being honest with ourselves, first and foremost, about why we feel the way that we feel, why we think the way that we think, right? Is it something that's innate, something that we were born with? Is it something that we were socialized with? We got it once we stepped off the porch or out of the front yard and went out into school, daycares and things of that nature? Or is it something that we picked up in our family or from the people around us who cared about us at a very early age? And the reason I speak about picking up something from people we're surrounded with at a very early age is that it's sometimes difficult to not believe or to question something someone says to you when you believe that this person loves you. You believe that this person cares about you, right? So, so starting with that piece, right? Questioning ourselves and being open and honest with ourselves about these views that we have surrounding other people, these views that we have surrounding other agencies, entities, organizations, religion, organized or not, why we have those views and where did that start to develop, right? I think it really does start there. So when we get to a place and a point to where I can be honest with, and I put it in the chat too, about love. Like when I get rid of self-hate, it's easier for me to love other people because I can now start loving myself. It's real difficult. And I'm not speaking for PK, I'm speaking for me. I'm speaking for Jermaine Mandrell Williams. Born Friday, October 8th, 1976, Cook County Hospital, Chicago, Illinois, 9:43 p.m. Please feel free to fact check it, right? Every time I got in trouble, my mom would make sure she always reminded me all of that, so I retained it. Hence, again, it's difficult to believe that someone is lying to you when you believe that they love you. So, again, it's difficult. Again, it took me getting to a place and a point to where I started being honest with myself so I can be able to identify with other people. When I started really recognizing and identifying the hurt inside myself, something amazing happened. And that amazing thing, it was so transformative, sis, right? Like it was so otherworldly that even when I talk about it, people are like, it's BS. I'm not buying that. That's crap. You contrived that. But the reality is that this is real for me. So what happened was that when I began to get outside of myself or actually go deeper inside of myself and become closer to my pain and where that stuff originated from, now I could look at other people and listen to what other people are saying and get away from this idea of it only happens to Black folks. It only happens to poor folks. It only happened in my neighborhood. It only happened in my household. It only happened in my city, right? When I'm sitting in rooms and groups and Zoom spaces, practice containers with other individuals who don't look like me, who don't pray like me, who don't practice like me, who don't believe like me, who are not necessarily in my tax bracket, who don't come from where I come from, but they're talking about things that resonate with me so closely, it helps me to understand the difference between what's a human issue and where the healing can start versus what's an ideological issue, something that somebody else imparted upon me, right? You watch kids in the way that they interact, and I'm gonna wrap it up with this. You watch kids in the way that they interact with each other. It's always amazing to me that babies speak to us in a language we don't comprehend at all. We don't comprehend it at all, right? But a baby can see another baby and know that that's a baby. How does a baby see another baby and know that that's a baby? It's not like we teach them, that's a baby. That's a baby just like you. They know that. That's in them already, right? But what children don't come out with is self-hate. What children don't come out with is bigoted views and racist ideals and ideas about class and things of this nature. Kids just want to be kids. What happens is that unfortunately, when enmeshment happens and many adults, whether they're the ones who we trust or not, start to impart their ideas and ideals in us as children, we take that on, and being so fresh and like sponges, we get to a place and we get to a point to where now the adult doesn't have to do any of the work anymore because we grow up and we end up doing all that hurt and all that harm and exercising all that hate and all that bigotry and all the rest of that stuff that tears at the fabric of, our humanity, if you will. And so that's just, so I finish with the same thing that I started with, which is when I or any other individual can be open and honest with themselves and dig deep within themselves in order to find out where certain views and certain ideas come from. Why is this thing so triggering for me? Once I can get a hold of that and I can deal with that and I can start to kind of grow from that or grow out of that, then it'll help me better understand that when somebody says, fuck the police, it might not even be the police. It might be some shit going on with them. They might really be trying to say, man, fuck that social worker. who came and snatched me out of my parents' house when I was a little big kid and I didn't want to go anywhere. It might be them saying, man, forget that teacher, because that teacher didn't look like me and didn't talk like me. And every time I tried to tell the teacher what was going on with me, they ignored me. So it might not even be about the police. It might be about every other form of authority that they've ever come in contact with. But in this moment, when they're saying F the police, if I don't have enough humanity in me and I don't have enough compassion for the person that's uttering it to try to figure out exactly where it's coming from, then for me, all I hear is something that's inflammatory. And either I jump on board with that or, I completely dismiss them. And so again, just being open and honest with ourselves, I think will help us get to that place of restorative justice, compassion, being able to hold people accountable in a way that really is compassionate instead of trying to hold people accountable in a way that's punitive, that's hurtful, harming and damaging. And so it's just my small take on it, for what that's worth. Thank you, sis.
I appreciate you, brother. Now, do you all understand why that was a good segue for PK? Kind of why I wanted Brother Jermaine to touch on that. There it is, PK. PK is like, yes, come on. That's what I'm talking about, right? And it's also being mindful of, when I even sometimes for me, I'm like, how do I insert myself in conversation? What is my intent? What is the impact, right? How did I show up in that? So, Brother Jermaine, as always, thank you so much. That was very enlightening. I hope you were all encouraged and enlightened by what our brother had to say. My friend, Sandy. Y'all, Sandy been with us for a long time. Sandy is at Stepping Stones. We love Sandy and Stepping Stones. Sandy, you got any words for us today? Thank you for being here, Sandy. You always come to your family.
Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. As I have shared with several people, I don't come with any experience. I don't have the lived experience that you guys have had. I don't have family members who have that, but I do come with a heart and a passion. And I so appreciate hearing your stories and in some way being able to connect that to the people that I do connect with. I represent Lutheran congregations specifically who are in Western Washington. There's over 52,000 members that I am sending out communications to on a regular basis, trying to lift up what your issues are so that people can have their voices heard to help make a change in the system on your behalf. So I just thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. We appreciate you standing our Stepping Stones family. Anybody else go to a meeting that's getting their from they want to share out? Hey, Christy.
I can't see. Oh my gosh, I just went outside to do some chores. Okay. You should have seen when I had my hat. Anyways, I didn't get to meet with anybody. There was nobody in my district, but I left and then came back. And I came back because I just want to express my sincere gratitude for all the presenters, Michelle and Corey and Kelly and all the other presenters. Just like every time we talk about this, my trauma gets triggered and I'm actively dealing with somebody that's incarcerated with mental health issues. And I've been working on my stuff for 30 years. And this topic is, and I haven't been to prison. I'm just so grateful that you hold these spaces. And I'm just so in awe of how strong and powerful everybody is to keep going even when you are triggered by trauma. And I just keep taking one step after the other. And I just want to express my gratitude for you. And that's why I came back. And there's hope. I'm doing a year-long trauma program, releasing trauma from the body program. I'm in my 3rd month, so I'm learning lots of, which I already know most of this, but it's like hard to go inside. It's hard to go inside. And every time I go inside, I start rebelling. Like, I don't want to go inside. I don't want to go there anyways. So I hope after this year, I can pass along how to release trauma in the body for everyone. I'll pass along everything I'm learning. And that's even my profession. Anyways, that's all I wanted to share. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Christy. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but as well, you already know you family. And I'm just excited that you're here with us. You are not alone. We stand with you. We walk with you universally. We pray with you. Whatever everybody's higher power is sometimes it's okay to check in with our folks. Y'all are family. It's okay for us, and it's okay not to be okay. Okay, this isn't easy. This is not easy. It is okay to not be okay, and we are here for you. You know, you can send an email, you can send a text message. That's just how we roll. So we definitely support you on this journey. And like Brother Jermaine said, you said 30 years, you just scratching the surface. I'm still plugging at it. I'm 48, 9, I'm still plugging away. This is gonna be a daily thing, right? I think I won't stop learning until the day they throw dirt in my face. And that'll be the last moment that I'll probably learn anything in this life, is the day they shut it down for Michelle. So we are with you, sis. We got you. We got you. You know we are holding you in gracious space. Thank you. I saw what we got? Family member Carolyn, there you go. Talk to us.
Hey, everybody. So I just want to acknowledge Christy, because in the Native American tradition and our culture, tears are really appreciated. And we all have tears right here. I feel it. I feel a physical soreness in my throat when I feel teary. And even though the tears may not come out for many of us, we're so appreciative, Christy, that you were capable of sharing them and that you are still attaching to all those emotions, because we all are. And maybe those of us who aren't shedding tears with you have worked through a lot of our shit. And so we can control it better. But like, my dad died when I was 18, and I always say grief is a scratch away, because if I start talking about him, I'm going to start feeling emotional. And I've just learned over time to have better management skills around my emotions. And sometimes that's a really good tool, and sometimes it's not. And in this case, I'm just so happy that you cleansed us, because that's what we believe in our culture, that those tears are cleansing, not just for you, but everyone here. So thank you for that.
Yes, thank you so much for that. We have not heard from Lorena. Lorena, what do you think about today?
Let me turn on my camera. Okay.
There you go.
Here I am. So I am truly grateful for this experience. I actually heard about it from a classmate of mine. I'm attending a university, and I'm very passionate about the connection between mental health and the incarceration system. So I knew that when this session began, I wanted to find a community that was advocating for the same passion I had. And it was kind of a struggle because I didn't know where to start. So I'm just grateful I found you all. And so I was able to meet with each of my legislators and discuss, my passion for the mental health field and the connection with incarceration, because I work with mental health. I work with children that are in the mental health with disabilities and that kind of stuff. So for me, I haven't been incarcerated. However, I have, families, relatives, colleagues of that nature that have been impacted. And being a person of color, I definitely see how we are always, seemingly the ones that are being most impacted. So I knew that this was a space that I wanted to get this off my chest, kind of voice my expression, my passion. And I'm grateful for the experience that I've had today. It's been really enlightening to hear everyone's testimonies and shared experiences. So I'm grateful for this community, definitely.
Thank you so much. Wow. It is, you know, that it goes hand in hand, right? For me, like I said, I'm a supervisor working within a harm reduction program. So I'm sure y'all familiar with what harm reduction means, but it also means that we show up with treating folks with dignity still, right? You know, substance use disorder does not define who you are. It's just a trial that you're going through in life, right? And so even with our youth, we're impacted by this. It's like, you know, culturally, I know for me as someone who grew up in New Orleans, mental health challenges is something that we just swept under the rug. I leave Robert alone. Robert ain't, that's Robert. That's what Robert do. Okay, yeah. That's what Robert do until Robert do something that impacts you. Now you want to have a conversation. So thank you for just being in the space in community service that you are in to because our youth, that's that you talking about that school to prison pipeline, right?
It's true.
Incarcerating our youth is not beneficial, even our adults, right? I mean, because we know that we're not going to get the help that we need. I know I was incarcerated. If you give me a pill, lady, I'm gonna push you out this window. Then you think something's gonna be really wrong with me? Yeah. Right. So it's like that's how I felt because we weren't addressing my needs. We were talking about my behavior. Why am I acting like that? Pull it out my butt, huh? I just want to be a donkey for no reason. I'm going through something. I need to talk about it. I need an outlet, right? So again, thank you. Mental health awareness, it is real. I mean, like just even during these times right now, we've had such a high suicide rate, homicide suicide rate, right? So these are things that we have to like, yo, what's going on here? How do we tap into this? Where do we bridge that gap at in our community, especially when you're talking about, again, mental health challenges and incarceration or being arrested, right? It's like they don't go hand in hand. They really don't work. I mean, Western State Hospital where they send some folks. I'm like, how are you sending some folks to some place that's been shut down and fined 5,000 times?
It's a real issue. Yeah.
You got folks still in the van and some more stuff, but you're talking about you need to be no. Keep me in my community where somebody say, you know, that's just Shell. But see, they don't do that no more. They don't say Shell, you need some help. And it's okay to tell people, let folks know they're not okay. And it's, you know, that like Brother Kurtis said earlier, man, I have to use motivational interviewing on my family. I need to understand what we're going through. I'm not going to sweep this under the rug. We've been doing that for way too long. No, we're going to address this thing, and we're going to address it together. So thank you for being that voice for our youth. You're valued and appreciated.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Brian, haven't heard from you.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Thanks for holding the space. Hi, Lorena. Good to see you. Good
We're
to see everybody. You know, yeah, that's what it's about, right? We're doing things, right? We're crossing, we're creating bridges, we're connecting the pieces that normally, you know, never came together. I think that's what this kind of stuff is about, right? I'm a formerly incarcerated student as well. I attend a university locally in Tacoma. I also participate in formerly incarcerated group at that university where we try and bring awareness to the barriers that we need to overcome. Even though, you know, like sometimes we appear like we're doing all right and we're getting her done, you know, there's a lot of stuff on the inside that I won't verbalize on, right? So we help bring awareness to that and support those that need our support to get through the system, because university is a system, right? Just like any others, and it's controlled by the same people that influence and impact the decisions being made all over. And there's the same systematic protocols and barriers, and you know what I'm talking about, that are in place there and have been, and we're trying to bring those down a little bit. So I'm just glad to be a piece of this, right? You know, I am a member. I participate in the Civil Survival Game Changers thing as well, right? Here in Bremerton in Kitsap County. So yeah, again, I'm just glad to be here, right? You know, we're doing our piece. You know, I've got put in a place right now. Normally, where people historically, people with my background wouldn't be allowed, right? I operate under the umbrella of Kitsap County Superior Court Family and Family and Juvenile, and I help expedite the process. I help parents get engaged in reunification, right, after said DCYFS comes in and separates them. So through our lived experience, right, we are able to make changes, right, going forward that will largely impact the community which we reside, right, for positive. And I'm just really glad that places like this exist so I can be a part of that change, so I can live in the proactive, right, instead of being reactive.
Quick, thank you, Ryan. Quick reminder, the 23rd district meets with Tarra Simmons in 8 minutes.
I'm watching the clock there, Corey.
Oh, yes. So, and Lorena, Brian, thank you. So even for us here at Civil Survival, myself, Kelly, Corey, one thing that I get excited about is that we did a lot of work with UWT and working with Dr. Chris Beasley, who's one of our amazing friends here, and supporter of Civil Survival. We learned so much working with folks, and then also we are part of an organization that's called the Formerly Incarcerated College Graduate Network. So we are, if you're not involved with us, we are a group that's on Facebook. We hold college degrees too, right? So again, that's why it's always, I like to toot our horns, right? Because it's like, no, yeah, we can do it too. Yes, we are not defined by our stories or our past, right? It's about what are we doing today to make a difference. So if y'all want to join our group, please let us know. We're on Facebook. Like I said, it's Formerly Incarcerated College Graduate Network. We actually hold a virtual graduation every year for our brothers and sisters in humans who are locked on the inside still and who are doing programming and earning degrees and things like that. So we celebrate them every year during graduation. So again, thank you. And being in the space of higher education, like you said, Brian, there's so much that goes on in higher education because once again, it is an institution, right? So it still has institutional racism practice as well within higher ed. So thank you for being in that space and both of your voices being brought to that table. We definitely appreciate that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Well, my sister, Dua, what words of wisdom do you have to share with us on today? I heard from you. What you got for us?
Are you talking to me?
Dua, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Brother Jermaine's wife. You hear her name, so I gotta just call her.
Yes. There she go. There she go.
Hey, sis, bless us today. Tell the folks about what you've been doing up to lately, the work you've been doing. We get the text messages and how we can support you and just share some words of wisdom with us on today.
Okay, hold on, because I'm chewing.
Right, like the rest of us was off camera, and most of us didn't even care. He's like, y'all can see we get it in. We need nourishment to keep going about this business, right? When we gotta replenish. Come on.
She know I show up as is, and I redefine what professionalism looks like as well. No question.
Ain't they what we said? The song said ain't no secret in our front, right? That's the song said, ain't no secret in your front.
So currently, I am the statewide organizer for Resident Action Project, which is a program out of the Washington Low Income Housing Alliance. And what RAP is, what we call it RAP, is a network of folks from across the state with lived experience of housing injustice, homelessness, instability, some nonprofit and direct service staff. And what we do is use our voice to make changes on the state level. And we also do some national things with other organizations through Community Change, which is our partner org. And yeah, regarding housing issues. So we kind of basically, which House Bill 2017 was one of the ones we kind of supported as well. And so I was just thinking, which I was going to reach out to you to see how Civil Survivor and Resident Action Project can, kind of come together and be a voice for one, and help mobilize on certain bills with one another, as a collective. So that's kind of what we're doing. And I'm really like, we're which is the Action Fund, which we can endorse candidates, which we have over the past, and we continue to do, and we can hold, RAP has held a couple of candidate forums last year. I mean, this session, well, last year we held one in Spokane and one in Vancouver for the city council races there, but this year is going to be a really great race. Some real critical races coming up. And so when it's time and you guys feel like you guys have somebody who might be a good fit, especially, you know, a Black, Indigenous, or person of color running for a seat, please let us know so we can see if they can fill out the application and see if they can get endorsed to us. My goal is to really, you know, build leaders through rap so they can, you know, as well, but also to do some voting engagement, which we'll be doing, you know, in the summer. Register to vote, educate them on why it's important to vote, and, you know, making sure that they put their ballots in, you know, their mail-in. So making sure that, you know, everybody has a voice, but it's hard to really have a voice if you're not registered to vote, to also use your voice in that matter too, because they're working for us, we're not working for them. So we need to make sure people are registered to vote. And that's what I'm doing and heading home before it starts snowing in the pass again.
Oh, that's right.
So we're on a,
y'all on
all right.
Yes, thank you, Queen. We appreciate you. Get home safe. However, you know, this work, it's enough for us to collaborate and go around. So however we can support, you know, we are here. We do have, you know, somebody that can probably be a guest speaker at something. I don't know, because we all know that one of the number one barriers to reentry is housing, right? So our voice is important, it needs to be heard. You're talking about credit score, background checks, and all that stuff. So we appreciate you and thank you for the work that you are doing around housing justice. With that being said, it's about 3:31, and I am going to pass it over to Kelly.
Thanks, Michelle. I think we're just getting ready to wrap things up here soon, but I did just want to, one of the things that we didn't necessarily talk about in our roles was I did want to recommend to, especially those who are left here, to follow up with those legislators that you met today with a thank you and a final ask, you know, just a reminder, hey, it was nice to meet you. Glad that we're going to have your support on this. I did meet with my legislator and I'm in a new district now. And so actually I met with their LA, but I mentioned that I wanted to meet with them in the interim as well. And I said, you know, I'll give them some time after session. And she said, oh, I'll get you set up in April. So I've already got a meeting scheduled for April to start talking about what we're going to be doing in 2023. So, you know, these meetings today were the start of a relationship. And I'm hoping that y'all think about it that way, that this is just the start. We need to be meeting with them on a regular basis, and we really need to be meeting with them in the interim. So I just wanted to plant that seed.
Thank you for that awesome reminder, Kel. Do we have anyone that's meeting with Rep Simmons? Do you know? What time is Rep Simmons at?
Brian was, he left already though.
Oh, Brian's left for Rep Simmons.
Yeah.
What was that till?
It's a 15-minute meeting. So, but you know, Rep Simmons, it could go for 30 minutes.
Right.
And she was also bringing in Rep Hansen because he's working on some stuff that we want him to support, I guess I should say. Rep Simmons sent me a text. She forgot to mention the Rep Hansen. Let's see. Rep Hansen is asking for a budget item today to help our people given the tension on the firearm bill. It will help with legal aid to get our rights back. So, well, behind the scenes stuff that's going on right now, I guess.
Yeah. Awesome. Wait, and then I saw what I just see in the chat. We got back.
Mark just got back.
Mark. Ted, tell us the word on the wire. How they break it down?
It was very good. He was very, very basic, and we talked about 1818 and next year's Housing Justice Act bill, because I think this is my only chance to talk about the Housing Justice Act bill with him before that happens again. And he told me about the legislative process, and he was by the book. He was by the book. It was a very pleasant conversation. Only 15 minutes. Pretty easy.
Did you have an app?
I did. I asked him to have a conversation with Rep. Davis about the Housing Justice Act bill. And my concern is for my dad. My dad is justice impacted, and he also has dementia. And I've been told that it's maybe difficult for him to be accepted into a memory care center. So I asked him to make sure that the bill has some language that would enable a memory care center administrator to look at that and say, oh, gee, maybe I ought to not discriminate against this person because he has a felony. And I don't know if that language is already in the bill or whether it needs to be there. And he said he would look into that.
Awesome, thank you. So you're gonna follow up, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
what?
darn it.
Right, that
What was it?
part.
See, he was so smooth. I let that slip by without even, what was I supposed to do?
No, I said, so you're gonna follow up. You had an ask.
Oh, you're saying, oh, okay.
You had an ask of that individual that you spoke with, so we need some follow-up. So you're gonna do that via email or?
Oh, okay.
Okay. No
All right.
follow-up, right?
Thank you for saying that. I will. I wrote down his name. I know who he is. I can send him an email.
Thank you. Yes, we hold folks accountable. Indeed.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Yes, you're very welcome.
This is why I wanted your microphone turned up so I can hear you.
You got it.
Thank you.
Yes. So again, let's see, Rep. Simmons. So we do have, let's see, I think Corey mentioned that Rep. Simmons is having her team, but one thing that we can say without even Brian coming back to share out with us is that we know that if you ask Rep. Simmons something, it's gonna happen. The conversation is going to be had. That's one individual that we can trust and count on, that conversation will take place. And not only that, she's us. We are her, right? So we know that we are community, and we know that she holds us in a high place in her work. And so that's amazing. With that being said, if nobody else has anything to share out here at Civil Survival, in the words of Dr. Maxine Waters, we do allow space for us to reclaim our time. We know it's been a long day. We know we've had some conversation that's impacted us in some ways. You know that where sometimes it gets emotional. Y'all saw me. I am transparent. I am real. And when something touches me, I will cry. Yes, that's taking my soul to a laundromat, because that's a little bit of relief that's off of my plate, that justice is being served in some capacity. So I salute you all. Yes, just put our info in there. Y'all catch that. Just put it in there, and our phone number. We need to support this. Come on, it's in the chat. Grab that info. Snatch that up. Snatch that up. You guys, I'm just, look, for real, snatch it up. And I'm doing it like this because they teaching me, I'm learning. Okay, don't judge me. I like to watch TikTok because they have really good food shows and they teach me how to do it myself and all that cool stuff. But then when they play games with each other, they're like, come on, snatch it up, drop them hearts, drop them hearts, drop them hearts, right? Because that's their likes and stuff. Kelly know what I'm talking about. Kelly know what I'm talking about. Drop them hearts, drop them hearts. So that means drop that information in the chat. Grab it up, pick that info up. Let's keep the plug going. You find the plug and keep the plug. We are the plug. Come on, come through now. Yes, yes, yes. So I have had an amazing time with you all, family. I am going to pass over to Tails for closing remarks, and then followed by Corey for closing remarks. My name is Michelle McClendon, but I've been my maiden name has been my name is Michelle Jenkins, so Michelle Jenkins or McClendon. I'm the same human being. My email address is michelle.jenkins@civilsurvival.org. I will drop it in the chat. If you have anything that you need to chat about that we didn't get to talk about today, or that you may have not been comfortable about sharing with on our call today, please, you can email Corey, you can email me, you can email any individual, because this is family, and so we don't mind having conversations offline or in private with you. Whatever support that we can provide for you, please let us know. This is what we do. This is not no fake and phony tyrant work. So if you're here, that means your heart is in it. That means your feet is in it. Weak man, let me be quiet. Somebody take the mic. Look, you. There we go.
Thank you, Michelle. I don't know if you caught it. I put in the chat that I understood the assignment. I knew you'd know what that is. Yeah, so I won't take up too much time, but I do hope that that those of you who are not attending the Monday night meetings will email me and get on that email list. I use that to send out action items. Rahima, I'm going to reach out to you too. The Washington Voting Rights Restoration Coalition is going to be kicking off an education campaign starting in April on the anniversary of the governor signing the bill. So I want to make sure to connect with you and get all the vote. Yeah, we need to get people out voting. So we are canceling tonight's meeting. This has been a long day on Zoom, and so I did send out an email that we're not going to meet this Monday night, but we'll reconvene next Monday night. And I just so much appreciate being in community with you all, and we'll pass it back over to Corey, who did a lot of heavy lifting to make this happen and make all those appointments. So thank you.
I appreciate that. I just want to thank all of you for sticking through the whole day with us. You know, I know it's a lot, and hopefully it was fun. You know, we think that Advocacy Day is fun, and again, Kelly's group Monday nights is great for practicing this stuff when it's not like, okay, you have a meeting in 30 minutes, right? And there's a little more space to kind of walk more in depth through the process and learn with us, right? Not necessarily from us, because we're all just kind of learning this as we go and seeing what works and what doesn't. And we're not perfect. So sometimes we get it right. Most of the time, I hope we do, but we're always open to looking at how we got it wrong and growing and being our better selves when we come out of that. With that, I hope everybody has a great day. The rest of your day, the sun's out where I'm at. I'm excited about that. I see some music on the patio in my future.
Yes, and with that, family, we always say an excellent peace, love, and solidarity. We appreciate you and thank you all for your time. Please stay connected. And you know what, family, check on your friends, check on your family, check on your neighbors. That's how we keep the love going. Check on one another. It is okay, and as I said before, it's okay not to be okay, but check on one another, because that's how we find out. Because sometimes it's hard for folks to reach out and say, this is what I'm going through. It's not that easy when, you know, if folks are dealing with trauma and not in that vulnerable space. So I'm going to make it my business. So hopefully we have everybody email address, because I'm going to make sure that at least, my Game Changers group is the second Thursday of every month. You can find that information on our website as well. But again, I know we should have all y'all emails. So if you see an email from michelle.jenkins@civilsurvival.org, you're not going to be long and say, you know, hey, I'm just checking in. That means a lot to me. All right. With that being said, thank you, everybody. Take care.
Bye, you guys. I'll be talking to y'all soon. Love y'all. For the second
Love you.
Bye.
Babe, I'll be home soon.
I know that's right. Be there, check in. Check in. Did you hear your
Which
wife,
one is
bro?
stopping up for dinner?
Check in.
And we got the grandbaby with us.
I heard her crystal clearly. I
Yes.
heard her crystal clearly. I heard her. Absolutely.
Got it.
Thank y'all. Thank
We
y'all
love
too. For all the-
y'all.
For real, for all the work, the time, the energy, the effort, the resources y'all put in. Thank y'all, man. Beyond words, for real. I want to say that truly and sincerely, no question. And Michelle, just for being you, like keep being you, sis. Keep being you. Like I think anybody, and I won't take long with this, but I need to say it because it's really on my soul. I wanted to say it earlier when it was a bunch of us on here, but for any of us, I don't care if we're Black, we really need to look at ourselves. But for any of us who see the way you express yourself as openly, honestly, and transparently as you do, and they start thinking to themselves, that's not professional, or that's not what this is about, or why is she getting so emotional, or any of this stuff, right? That means that we need to check ourselves. Because a lot of time when we start asking questions like that about, is that professional? Then the question becomes, is it really about professionalism? Or are you saying I should be like you? Or are you saying I should exercise white supremacy? And all the rest of that sucking shit, right? Like if it's really about us being who we are, then however I show up is how I show up, especially if I'm not directly impacting you or infringing on you and what you have going on, right? So just please keep showing up the way you show up and be you, however you do that. I love that about you and I appreciate that. Corey, Kels, you know y'all my peoples, man. So keep doing what y'all do. I appreciate y'all. For everybody else on the call, in solidarity, man. I'll see y'all soon.
On that note, we out. Love y'all.
Yeah.